Hello.
Hello.
Okay. So I'm trying to decide if I was here by myself or not.
Kind of. I'm just hosting, so I'm not really paying too much attention.
Yeah, the iPad has been acting funny with the links lately.
Gotcha.
Yellow.
What's up?
Oh, causing trouble.
Yep. Seems like Sunday nights are always slow in here. 'Cause everybody's getting ready back for the work week and everything.
Yeah, normally I wouldn't be up too late on Sunday, but I'm off on next week.
You're off all this coming week?
Uh-huh.
Awesome. Are you on vacation or something?
Yeah, taking a week off. Working on projects around the house. You know, going out to dinner, bad enough in my country, that kind of thing.
Sweet. We're here talking in another chat at the same time, so multitasking. Talking to my bullet casters over here in the other forum. Did you see that story about the guy who had an umbrella and he got they thought he had a gun or whatever? It was on a college.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the university professor.
That's hilarious. It's bad, but it's funny too.
Yeah.
I can't believe. I mean,
Just,
how dumb do you have to be to think an umbrella is a gun?
uh, you know, um, dark colored long thing in his hand. It must be here to kill me.
I don't know. I don't think like that, but I guess some people do. And they're sitting there when they're arresting him. I mean, they're like got their guns on them and everything. It's like, dear God. It's like good thing he didn't make any quick movements, and that would have been a real bad story.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's very disappointing that we've gotten that flighty over guns. I mean, yeah, when my father went to college, he kept a gun in his dorm room, and it was no big deal.
I wish they'd let us do that at my school. I mean, I don't live on campus, so it's not really a big deal. But they don't even let us keep them in our car.
Yeah, well, we already won a lawsuit about keeping them in your car,
I think it's
and
more widely accepted. Like, they don't go around checking, but if something were to happen and they were like searching your car, they would have to, you know,
what state are you in?
Georgia.
That's, okay, now you know that Georgia Carey just filed a lawsuit
Really?
uh, uh, trying to say that current law allows you to have firearms at schools.
Yeah, I know we just passed that big bill this past summer, but I don't know if that was that part of it.
That that is their claim in court. It'll be interesting to see where it goes. I have not read the complaint, and I have not read the law, so I don't know. I'm just going off of basically the news reports right now.
Right.
But and what my lawyers told me about the case, which he's not admitted to Georgia, so um, you know that means his opinion of Georgia law is no better than yours or mine officially.
Mhm.
But basically, they're claiming that the new Georgia law allows you, and from what I understand, at least if you have a concealed carry license, to
Your
carry
car.
at schools in the state of Georgia.
Oh,
Now,
carry on campus.
yeah, yeah,
That'd be cool. Well, this is what pisses me off. I go to a military college. There's people in the Corps carrying around M4s all the time. Of course, they're unloaded, but still, it's like, I mean, really?
no, that's different. You're in ROTC. There's a uh, historical impetus for that, and the colleges generally allow it, and usually the state law does too. Normally, state law says that you can carry a firearm on campus as long as it is in conjunction with a course that you're taking. You know, and this is not necessary because most colleges, or not most colleges, but some colleges have, you know, criminal justice courses for people that want to be cops.
Right.
And you've got your community colleges or state colleges or whatever they call them where you are, that have like the police academies, for people to get their law enforcement certification. So of course those people need to be able to carry guns, and the law allows for people to carry guns in
Right.
conjunction with those courses.
I mean,
Same thing for ROTC.
we have a freaking shooting range on campus in one of the buildings, a pistol range in the basement. And people who are on the core shooting team can go in there as long as they're with their instructor or whatever, and they can shoot. And
Hell, when I was in high school, it used to be bring your gun to class in the morning. You'll bring your gun to school in the morning, check it in with the ROTC instructor that would secure it in the arms room, and then you could shoot on the high school range after school.
oh my god, I wish we had that at my school. That'd be freaking awesome.
Now,
I
of
just,
course, you can't do that because of the Federal Gun-Free School Zones Act, and you can only bring a gun onto a campus if you have a state concealed carry license or you're shooting in conjunction with the school program. So if you're a member of the pistol team, you could certainly, bring your gun to school, but you couldn't if you weren't a member of the school pistol team.
well, the shooting team at our school is like it's core members only, and I think they all do the same thing. Like it's not USPSA or something. It's something where they compete against other schools or whatever. I don't know. They're really not that good. So.
Where are you going to school?
North Georgia, University of North Georgia.
Okay.
I'll put a link in the internal to the school website.
I'm on my iPad. I can't see side links.
Oh,
Stupid iPad.
stupid. You're always on your iPad. You need a real computer.
Oh, I've got 5 of them.
Use them.
Yeah, but then I have to bring them out to my backyard because.
Oh, you're outside right now?
Smoke. I spend a lot of time on my back porch, man. I like it out here.
Well, I guess it's Florida, so it's nice that time of night. and you don't piss off
It's the only
anybody.
time of day I can be outside and not, just burst into flames.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty nice here today, actually. We cut a lot of grass today and got a lot done. Oh. I gotta do my history homework. I'm supposed to read. Voice to the...
And reading is hard for you.
No, it's just stuff I don't want to read. I'm gonna do it, though, tonight.
What kind of history are you taking?
U.S. history.
Like any specific year set? Or...
You asked me this last week, and I didn't know then because I hadn't even...
Well, I was hoping you figured it
Yes,
out
I
by
do know.
now.
Yes. We're just starting like in the 1500s with like Columbus, discovering Americas and stuff like that.
Oh, so basically you're doing U.S. history from
Yeah, it's just a beginner's class.
foundation to now.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's got to be like a 101 course, right?
Yeah, and it's be extremely easy, I'm sure.
Okay, cool.
I just don't want to read it. I'm just like, he wants us to read these little documents and stuff. He doesn't want us to read like actual chapters. They're really short documents.
Well,
And he doesn't like check.
What era on are you on?
What do you mean?
What portion of U.S. history are you on?
A New World. Talking about
Oh, okay.
like the New World. We only had one real class, and that was on Friday. That was like our real first class, and all he did was talk the whole time and put a map of the
Okay,
world.
so you're into the initial expeditions into the Americas.
Yeah, it's talking about Queen
Vespucci
Isabella
and all that stuff.
whatever his name is, Nicholas and Isabella. Isn't that who funded Columbus? Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually like U.S. history. I did really well in that class in high school, so I'm pretty sure it'll be it's a really big class.
I'm just kind of surprised that they have you like covering such a wide breadth of U.S. history instead of kind of focusing on different eras of it, diving deeper than basically.
Well, it's a basic level class. A lot of freshmen in there. There's like 80 kids in the class, so probably the biggest class that I have. I'm taking that. After that I go to biology, which is another 1101 class, and then I'm taking psychology, 1101.
Oh God. Good luck with that one.
I know we did psychology. It was pretty cool. We did. I was there on Friday, and they did that little. She gave us a little like questionnaire thing, where you answer the 10 questions, whatever, and it tells you stuff about yourself. And it's like the first question's like you're in the woods and you're walking. Who are you walking with? And I put nobody. And like at the end, she said whoever you're walking with is the person most important in your life, or the most important thing in your life, like, your pet or whatever. I was like, but I wasn't walking with anyone. And then it's like you see an animal. It's like an animal in the forest. What is it? I put a deer, and then and then said, how do you interact with it? And I put, I shoot and kill it, hunt it.
Yeah. Dinner.
And then, but that one was kind of good because she said that the animal, you see how big it is or whatever, how aggressive is how big you see your problems in life, and then how you deal with it is how you deal with your problems in life. So apparently, I shoot and kill my problems in real life.
If I have a problem, I destroy it, and then
Exactly.
I eat it. I turn it into chili.
Beast mode.
Love deer chili.
I loved your chili. But yeah, it should be pretty
Actually,
interesting.
reminds me, I've got a couple of pounds of chili in the freezer, and I think I've got. I need to get some peppers.
All you guys got on there is little Chihuahua deer.
Chili.
We got Chihuahua deer down there.
Oh, dude! If I go deer hunting, I'm going to Alabama or Georgia.
Oh yeah, definitely. Fish in Florida, hunt more north.
Yeah, exactly.
As for us, we hunt.
Hell, I want to go back to Texas and shoot some. Yeah, I want to go back to Texas and hunt some mule deer.
We went to Texas. I've been twice, killed 2 deer. My dad's been once and killed a deer. Um,
Whitetail or mule?
we went for whitetail. Where we went, there wasn't any mule deer. I don't think, anyways, unless they were like brought in or whatever. But we weren't hunting a fenced in property or anything. It was all just the guy who owns it. He doesn't really advertise it as a range. What he does is he leases it, and his family hunts there and stuff. And he just gets people he meets and stuff. He knows through people he knows and meets. He'll get them to come out there and hunt to help pay for the lease.
Yeah, we actually made it illegal to intentionally import deer to Florida here last year because concerns over chronic wasting and all that shit.
Yeah, they need to get rid of all the snakes down there. People keep letting go.
It's, you know, it's just the Everglades.
Huh?
It's just the Everglades with all the snakes. They tried to do a bounty on them, and it really it didn't work out because they did such a limited thing.
Okay, here's the deer. See, they put a bounty on what is it, dingoes or something like that in Australia. I was like, man, if I was in Australia, I'd be out there dingo hunting.
Well, that's the thing. They didn't do it as a general bounty. They just did it as like, okay, we're gonna do this for 2 weeks,
That's the
and
deer.
you gotta take this course, and then after you've taken the course, then you're approved to go out and bounty hunt snakes for 2 weeks.
Oh, that's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, it and a lot of people did it, but it's just like, no, you had a bunch of people that didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Go take a class and then try and
Right.
catch snakes.
Yeah.
And
Look,
you can't teach that in a classroom.
exactly. It's gotta be experience. Here's the deer that I shot in Texas. I'm gonna do a screen share since you're on an iPad. Kind of hard to see its brow tines and everything, so I got that silly hat on it.
What was he wearing the hat at the time? Because that would be awesome.
No, not quite. I wish. And I have the other one. I shot another one that looks. He actually scored better than the one. Actually, you know what? I haven't even scored the second one I shot. He's still in the freezer, and he looks a little bit bigger than that one. He just looks better, but I don't know. They may score, pretty close. This one had a lot more mass near the base.
Well, I have never actually. I've never been deer hunting. So in January, I'm supposed to go with Eric.
Mm-hmm.
So his family has property up in. Eric's been on here a few times, but we're supposed to go up there to his property up in his family's property up there in Alabama and see if I can go blow Bambi out of his hooves. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to take my, my 26-inch barrel, 15 frickin' pound tactical 308.
Yeah.
My long range rifle, which that ain't happening.
How much does it weigh?
Of course, I'm not shooting. Dude, this rifle's like 15 pounds.
Dude, what state is this you're going hunting in?
Alabama, which I'm not gonna be taking deer at 600 yards or 800 yards or 1,000 yards with the thing. So
Well,
obviously,
if they're dropping you off in a truck at the stand, take it. But if you have to walk to your stand or anything, or ride around with it on a 4-wheeler, don't take it. Because you're gonna hate it.
I actually, I've got my my 308 AR. It's back at the manufacturer with them trying to sort out all the things that are wrong with it. I'm hoping to have it back with good accuracy and good reliability here in the next few weeks.
My other deer, but it's on my Facebook account. There's no way for me to blow it up without my full name being like right beside the picture. Let's see. Maybe if oh, here we go.
And what are you, Secret Squirrel?
Well, I just don't like. Well, I mean, dang it, no, it's still at the bottom. You know what? I really don't care. Screw it. Hang on, let me. No one's really watching right now, anyways. All right. No, dadgummit. All right. Can you see my screen now?
Nope. Wait.
Yes.
Nothing.
You see? You see that?
Holy. Hey, nice rack.
That was the second one I shot this past winter. Yeah, last year. It's almost been a year since I killed that deer. You can see the bullet bulging out of his shoulder right there. You see that?
Oh, yeah.
It almost went all the way through. It did exactly what it's supposed to. It tumbled. You know, like you want the bullet to tumble when it enters the deer.
That's a beautiful deer, man.
Yeah. So that was the second one, and I gotta get him mounted still.
See, I don't care if I shoot something like that looks like a Chihuahua with antlers. Whatever it is, my first deer, I'm shoulder mounting that bastard in my office.
That's the way we do all ours.
I mean, people might walk in and go, "My God, that thing's beautiful," or they might come in and go, "You actually shot that?"
Mount that. Yeah. I gotta mount mine.
It's like a kitten with spikes.
Let me show you a better picture of the first one I shot, the one that had the hat on it, and then you go back to my profile here. But yeah, I mean I like shooting them for the meat too. You know, that's like the best part because
Well, no, I mean that's really for me the main thing is,
right.
you know, if I'm not going to use an animal, I'm not going to take the animal.
Exactly. Yeah, I feel bad killing anything and not
Unless we're talking about feral pig or
varmint. Yeah.
rabbits, you know, or rabbits that are overgrown or something like that.
Yeah, like when I used to go raccoon hunting, like I went a couple times with my dad, and it just wasn't that interesting for me. Cause it's like, oh, you walk like 10 miles to the woods, kill a raccoon, and then that's it. And you don't. It's like, well, what did I get for that? Except for a few minutes of excitement.
Yeah, I have no desire to get a raccoon hat, and until we get overpopulated with raccoons, I'm not in a hurry to shoot a raccoon.
Yeah, me either. All right.
Now, there is a possum that keeps showing up in my backyard and pissing off my dogs that I've been wanting to shoot for years, except I can't get a good shot on them without, potentially shooting a hole in my neighbor's roof.
Oh, I have a constant war against the possums and groundhogs here.
Like, if you would just come off the top of the fence and give me a good, clean, safe angle to shoot you, you're dead. And now I have dropped a shovel on a couple of them, but, I'm not sure if I did much more than knock them out. They came back a few days later.
Right. Now here's the let's see for my screen share one. They used to get into our chicken coop all the time, and I used to shoot them. I shot like 4 in our chicken coop when we had chickens. Anyways, this is the first deer I shot, the one that had that hat on.
You had a deer in your chicken coop?
No, the possums.
I mean, that would be kind of interesting.
You see this one?
Yeah.
And he was a lot thicker down here at the base. That was the first one. That was the first one I shot, and it was pretty good.
Yeah, dude. If I come back from Alabama in January with, something like that, I will be completely happy to mount that on my wall and say that's my first deer.
Oh yeah, I was really pleased with it.
And here's the thing: I'm 40 years old, and I grew up in Texas and Mississippi. It's never actually been deer hunting before.
That's how I grew up around guns. Like that's how I was introduced into guns. And then I realized I liked shooting almost as more, just if not as more than hunting. So now I shoot.
For me, guns were always self-defense with a secondary of, pest environment control.
Mm-hmm.
Taking out a lot of prairie dogs. I've taken out coyotes. Just no game animals. I mean, a lot of rabbits.
Yeah, I've only killed 1 rabbit because we never had rabbit dogs or anything. And it was pretty fun. I didn't get to eat it though because the people we were hunting with, we just let them have it because they were the ones we were hunting with some of my dad's friends and they just kept it. I've always wanted to try rabbit meat. I didn't even get to eat the one that I shot. I was like, dadgummit. It was pretty exciting though. I liked it.
In South Texas, my dad had whole time I was growing up, my dad had a twin-engine airplane.
Oh, you lived in
a good
South
portion of the time. What's that?
You said you grew up in South Texas?
I grew up between basically all over Texas and Mississippi.
Oh, okay. You know where Pearsall, Texas is?
Pearsall? No, it doesn't ring a bell.
It's like an hour below Houston.
Okay.
That's where I shot both those deer at.
No,
It was,
I used to live in Houston. I used to live in Corpus Christi. I used to live down on the border in McAllen.
like where we were at was like maybe an hour. Like wasn't very far from Laredo,
Okay.
which is like right on the border, you know. So it's like a couple hours drive, maybe. I mean, it was kind of in between there and Houston, I guess. I don't know. I have to look at a map of Texas. It's been a while, but
Yeah, in most states, a 2-hour drive is a long way. In Texas, that's in the neighborhood.
yeah, exactly. Oh my God, it sucked. We
But
drove out there both years. We never flew out there. We drove there from Georgia. So we lived to the east side of Atlanta. So it took us a good like 17 hours to drive out there. 18 hours.
yeah,
It's
hell, when I was stationed at Fort Benning, I remember just driving to Houston was like a 16-hour drive.
by yourself.
It'd usually be me and a couple other guys, and we'd like rent a car.
Yeah, I'm about to say, 'cause there's no way I'd want to drive that. You couldn't really drive that far by yourself. You could.
There was one trip where, okay, I was young, dumb, and stupid, and got in the car and basically got on the freeway, hit the gas, didn't care about speeding tickets, and our average speed was 102 miles an hour all the way to Texas. We actually did the math. I was flying. I mean, literally
Did you get
saw a
any
couple
tickets?
of cops actually light up their lights and then just turn them back off and let it go.
That's hilarious.
Now that was a long time ago, and thank God for the statute of limitations, or I'd never admit that. And I've become a lot wiser as I've gotten older. I mean, there's no way I would try that these days. But
Yes, it's just I couldn't afford to take it if I were to drive that fast. Plus my little home.
I mean, that included stops for gas. I mean, that was their average speed all the way
Holy
from
crap!
Fort Benning, Georgia, to Houston, Texas.
What were you driving? What kind of car was it?
I think like a rental Grand Am.
Okay, cool.
I mean, if I remember right, they had a governor that shut off at like 120.
That's cool. It's like when me and my grandma, we went on a road trip out west, right before I graduated high school. I was like 16, 17. And we went to Phoenix, Arizona, got a rental car and went up through like Yellowstone, all Utah, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, came back down through, we went through Montana a little bit, I think. But we came back down through Nevada and then back to Phoenix to fly back out. Anyways, like out there, you can fly if you want to because it's flat roads, straight. You could see forever. And the nearest town, it'll say like next town 40 miles. It's like, oh my gosh, and there's literally nothing there until that town.
Right.
Like you do not want to get stranded out there because you'll be waiting a long time for someone to come by.
Yeah. No. When I first got back from Germany, I mean, I had spent 3 years in Germany, got used to the Autobahn,
Hmm.
so come back to the U.S. and I got pulled over doing 140 miles an hour.
Holy crap!
The cop was really nice and wrote me a ticket for doing 87.
Oh wow! Did you tell him why you're going that fast? You said I just got back.
Thank God for me, the cop was actually ex-military and had been stationed in Germany.
Oh wow! So,
And
lucky.
when he came up, he's like, he's just like, obviously, why I pulled you over. And I'm like, and I said, I wasn't even thinking. I've been back in the U.S. for like, 3 weeks, and I just came back from Germany, and I'm just used to driving this fast. I'm sorry. I'm totally yes, I'm guilty. I was speeding.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, I'm cutting you a break because driving as fast as you were, I should be taking you to jail.
Yeah, nowadays if you drive that fast, I think isn't it like there's certain speed that they won't even walk up to your car, they'll get out with their guns drawn and everything and like draw down on you because you're going so fast.
No, they shouldn't. I mean, your state may vary, but certainly driving too fast should not justify aggravated assault by a police officer.
I saw one video of a guy on a motorcycle and he was
Oh,
beeping it.
oh,
And
and that cop got fired.
is that you know what I'm talking about where he stops and the guy comes up with and the cop comes out
Yeah,
and pulled out?
yeah, and that cop got fired.
Oh, that's good. I was wondering, I was like, dang, that's a little bit of a reaction, don't you think? So, well, here's some pictures. Check these pictures out. This is from out west, on that road trip I was talking about. This was in Utah. That lake right there is called Lake Jenny. You see that?
Hang on. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, we hiked up there. Me and my grandma hiked at the top of that mountain. That was a
Go,
picture
Grandma.
in the shop. Cool rock I saw. Grand Canyon.
There's my cool rock.
More Grand Canyon. Yeah, that's my family.
Oh, cool.
So it was pretty
So,
fun.
so the dorky kid, that's you?
Yeah, that's me with the glasses. That would be me. That was a fun trip. I would do that in a heartbeat again if I had the time. My grandma and my grandpa, when he was still living, and they would drive from Georgia. They would drive all the way west until they hit California, and then they go up to Oregon, where my grandfather's brother lived. They would stay in Oregon for like a week or so and salmon fish with him. And then after that, they used to just come right back down. But then one of my aunts, they lived in Michigan, so they would cut across from Oregon to Michigan, and then come straight down from Michigan back to Georgia.
So you're saying Yankee is your grandfather's brother?
Huh? Yankee, my grandfather's brother? No, not quite. That'd be quite no, not even close. No, his brother's was actually older than him, and he's still living. And my grandpa died of cancer when he was like 60. He was 64, 65. He wasn't that old. He had yeah, he had lung cancer and stuff. He was a smoker his whole life, and he had a smoker and chew tobacco, all that, and it just got to him. And he had already had heart problems. He had diabetes his whole life, and he had like 3 open heart surgeries back in the 90s.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, he had a big scar on his chest in the middle. Back when they used to cut him, back when they used to saw him open, they don't do that anymore. But so he got cancer, and they took out one of his kidneys. Because they got one of his kidneys, they took it out, and he got better for a year. Like he got a lot better, but the cancer was still there. And that year he felt fine, but then after that cancer came back, and it got him that second time.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So, it's life, but it sucks.
My dad remarried after I was in the Army. I mean, I grew up a single father. But, the person was more of a mother to me than anyone else in my entire life. His wife that he married after actually joined the military.
Mm-hmm.
She died of throat cancer, and it was just horrendous. I mean,
Dang.
it's just the worst possible cancer that took the worst possible toll on my dad.
Mm-hmm. It's just hard seeing them like that too. when they're so weak and everything. And that's what's hard about it too.
Yeah, when she was dying, I actually, I jumped on an airplane and came out, and I arrived like 2 hours too late.
Mhm. Yeah, I never really got to see my grandpa that much. So, because when he was near the end, when he was real sick, he wasn't even very responsive, because he was always on morphine and stuff, like really, and other kinds of drugs. And he would just moan and stuff, and then he couldn't really talk much. He was sleeping a lot, pretty much. He'd wake up and he'd be real weak. He'd get up and go to the bathroom. He had an IV in him and everything, and then he went to the hospital, and he was in the hospital for like a week. After he got real, last time he went to the hospital, he was there for like a week, and then he died. And I just remember coming home. I still remember like exactly where I was. My sister told me. She's like, "Papa died today." I mean, we all kind of knew it. We knew it was coming. It wasn't surprised. But I was like, "Oh, okay." And it's like, dang.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, I'd rather relive my own circumcision than be in another funeral. But I guess they're inevitable.
Yep, part of life. I need to sell my paintball stuff. Holy crap! I'm looking at pictures on my Facebook account, and I've got like 2,000 paintballs in my closet. I need to get rid of. I've got
Well,
like,
that's easy. Go to the range, put them out there, and shoot them with a real gun.
oh god, I don't have enough ammo to shoot them all with a real gun. Let's use a shotgun.
Well,
Throw them,
apparently you need more ammo.
throw 'em up in the air and throw them up in the air and shoot them with a shotgun. That's a waste of paintballs. So I can make like 10 bucks. I could sell those dirt cheap. I could get somebody to buy them for like 10 bucks. I could sell all of them real cheap. Paintball stuff.
2,000 paintballs for $10. Okay, I'll buy that.
I think it's like 2,000. I think it's more than that. Let me go back to my old Facebook post and see. Let's see what I posted.
God, what do paintballs
No,
cost?
4,000. 4,000 paintballs. 4,000 paintballs.
For $10?
I'll probably sell them for like 20 bucks, 15, 20 bucks.
I didn't know they were that cheap.
They're not probably, but I'm tired of them and being in my closet. I'm ready to get rid of them. And I've got two cheap Walmart guns. One of them's decent. One of them's like a $30 gun. One's like an $80 gun. Of course, they're not. Neither of them are worth that, anyways. They both work.
When I was in the Army, somebody pulled the fire alarm. This one guy who was, there in the barracks. This girl comes out wearing a towel, and she is large. And I mean really large. And some other friends of mine proceeded to engage her with a paintball gun.
Oh, that's horrible.
So
That's horrible.
here we have, naked fat chick in the hallway of the barracks with the fire alarm going off, thinking there's a fire or something, and
No,
guys
so
just
mean.
open up on her
So
with
mean.
a paintball gun.
So mean.
I did not have any part in this. However, I did laugh. heartily.
Yes, that is so mean, but so hilarious. Poor woman. She's probably traumatized.
So the guy whose room she was in comes out, looks, sees the other guys shooting her with the paintball gun, sees her butt naked with nothing but a towel and getting pegged in the ass with a paintball gun, looks at them, looks at her, and closes his door and won't let her back in.
Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's so funny.
She ran out into the parking lot, butt naked with nothing but a towel, and jumped in her car and went home.
I bet she did. Probably went home and cried.
And we basically called him Abraham from then on.
Oh, what?
Abraham.
Called him Abraham?
Yes, the remember the captain that was always chasing the white whale?
Oh, okay. I get the reference, but I've never read the book or seen the movie, whatever.
Or not Abraham, Ishmael. That's what it was. The captain from Moby Dick. I don't know why I said Abraham.
Okay.
There you go.
That
Ishmael.
makes sense. Yes, I got you now. That's funny. And that was when you were in the military?
Yeah.
So we were all like
that was like 94.
we were all like in military housing off base or something.
Mm-mm. No. Standard barracks, Kelly Hill, Fort Benning.
And so they let civilians in like that girl.
Oh yeah. On the weekend, there was always, people's girlfriends and the barracks rats, and if living in the military barracks, at least back then, and I'm sure it hasn't changed all that much,
Mm-hmm.
it is a completely different culture from anything you might have experienced in college.
Right.
Think of a college dormitory where you can be prosecuted for the things that you do wrong. However, it's generally not too enforced because, well, the other people in the barracks will take care of anything silly.
I've never lived on campus before. I stayed in our college dorms when I went to orientation. But that was it. They're pretty nice.
Yeah, the only time I lived in college housing, it was, after I got out of the military, and I spent one semester living in college housing, and it was, apartments for older students.
Pretty much, yeah.
So I never had the traditional, full-on dormitory life.
Experience.
We officially had like the resident advisor, but we were all just like, yeah, you're a tool. Come drink with us.
I don't. I like my guns too much to live on campus, and pretty much, like, if my free time consists of stuff, all the stuff I do in my free time I would not be able to do on campus. Let's see, can I reload? Yeah. Can I cast bullets? Can I shoot competitions? Can I dry fire practice my gun? No. And plus, I don't like living beside people that I barely know like that. I'm hoping that when I get out of school, if I get a good job, when I say good job, a job, making enough money to support myself, I'll get a house somewhere. Hopefully, I'd rather have a little bit more land and a smaller house than I would like a nice subdivision house living right beside somebody.
My wife and I both make pretty good money.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't have a ridiculous house. I have a 2-bedroom house, which 1 bedroom is my office that I work from. I work from home. I work for one of the largest companies in the world, doing medical software. And the other is my regular bedroom. And, I've got a living room, a kitchen, and a Florida room. I don't have a big house by any stretch of the imagination.
A living room, a kitchen, and a what?
A living room, a kitchen, and a Florida room. Basically, a glass room that's air conditioned.
Oh, like an enclosed porch, but they're fancy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen them before.
Yeah. Like a
you can watch
really
movies out
fancy
there,
enclosed
hang
porch.
out, eat.
Exactly. It's really the biggest room in my house. It is kind of like the living room. But I've got a pretty small house. Certainly, I could afford more, but I don't need more.
Yeah, exactly.
I would love to have a little bit bigger property.
Yeah. See, that's what I like. I'd like to have land, which is expensive.
Actually, to tell you the truth, I'd like to have if I were to move out of this house, it would be for a lot bigger property. I mean, big enough for me to put a runway into, so I could keep my plane at home.
Hmm. How much space do you need for your runway?
Minimum to make me feel comfortable at 1,800 feet.
Yards? Oh.
No, 1,800 feet.
How many? How would that be in yards? Like
Well, let's see. 1,000 yards would be
3,000?
three. What's that?
Yeah, 3,000 feet, right?
Yeah.
So right under 800 yards, maybe 900. I don't know. I'm not good at doing math late at night. I'm not good at doing math at all, especially when it's late.
Well, 1,500 would be half that, so that would be 150 yards.
What did you say?
So,
What did you
so
say?
1,800 would be around two. Let's see. So 150 yards would be 1,500 feet. So give me 300. Give me 300 yards of runway.
No, that's not bad.
Which I would totally have seal poppers at the end that I could put down when I take off and land, and just tell everybody, do not shoot when I'm flying.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That'd be nice. Yeah. How much would it cost to pave that, though? I mean, you have to get someone to come out and pave it, right? Or could you make it yourself?
Dude, grass.
Oh.
We're taking off and landing on grass.
Oh, dude, that's not a big deal.
Just give me smooth dirt with grass on it that keeps everything, that keeps the soil tight. Completely happy to take off and land on grass.
You could almost land at my house.
So let's see. Well, now wait a minute.
You probably could land at my house if you really had to, but you probably wouldn't want to. You probably wouldn't have the space, but you could.
Yeah, so hell, give me 1,000 yards. That's a 3,000 foot runway. I could pretty much take off and land anything very comfortably, and have the range that I want.
That'd be
just,
awesome.
Kind of put target stands off to the side of the landing area.
Exactly. Yeah, and then
with some steel poppers right at the very end.
would you put lights or anything on the runway? I mean, I guess you don't fly at night though, do you?
Oh yeah, I do all the time.
So then you have lights set up on your runway if you were to build one.
In my imaginary house that has a 1,000 yard runway, certainly I would put lights along the edges. I mean, hell, I'd just get those little solar powered little lawn lights. You wouldn't believe how far you can see things like that from the air.
Yeah, we have some of those. They work pretty good. You gotta be careful that they'll start to wear out, and some of ours have stopped working, but most of them still work.
No, but yeah, totally. I would run lights out to it. I mean, even if I just ran them off for regular power, it wouldn't cost that much for me to put lights all the way down that thing.
Mm-hmm. Now, have you considered putting an MG42 on your plane? Then you could just sweep into the
down here. I know a couple of guys that totally run the smoke packs and the fake rockets and stuff like that for doing like air shows.
It'd be so much fun.
I mean, I know guys that have like full, World War II aircraft that have operating bomb racks, and they drop dummy bombs during air shows.
That is so cool.
I've gotten the chance to fly with a couple of them, and neat airplanes, just really neat aircraft.
It'd be pretty neat to have a machine gun on your plane, but it'd also be kind of unnerving, kind of scary, thinking that you just make a miscalculation.
Yeah, not really. I mean, look. I mean, think even back to like World War II fighters. I mean, you had to disengage the safeties and intend to pull the trigger, just like
gun.
Having an AR. You got to flip off that safety. You've got to put your finger on the trigger, and you've got to nash it in order for the round to go downrange.
Yeah.
Same thing. Except in the airplanes, the safety is covered by usually covered by a dummy switch that you got to flip up a protective cover and then flip up the switch, and you've got to intend to arm those guns.
Right. Yeah, you could put two of them on each wing.
The currently used M2, the Maudus 50 cal. Those were used in World War II. Those are embedded in the wings of the P-51.
Right.
That gun's been around for a long freaking time without any modification because, well, it just works.
It works. What? I guess technically, the only thing you'd be violating I'm sure some sort of FAA rules.
No, FAA doesn't have any rule on firearms.
Well, then, if you own the machine gun legally, then you could put it on there.
You could totally put it on there.
I'm
sure you might piss somebody off if you used it wrong.
You should do it if you get your runway. Make sure it has a big berm at the end, a big dirt bank, and put targets up. Put tannerite targets down there and shoot them from the air. Make the best YouTube video ever.
I mean, hell, look at the guys out there shooting in Kentucky or where it is, or wherever it is. They're shooting out of the side door of helicopters.
Oh yeah, shooting pigs and stuff. In Texas, they do.
What am I thinking about? The place that does the big machine gun shoot every year.
Knob Creek.
Knob Creek, yeah.
Yeah.
The guys out there in Knob Creek. I mean, there's guys that show up in Bell Jet Rangers that are, basically in the military configuration as like Loach helicopters and Kiowas.
Mm-hmm.
And they're out there shooting from the air, shooting machine guns right off the skids.
Oh, that'd be so much fun. It'd be a blast.
As long as the firearm is legal, and you're using it in a legal way, doesn't matter if you're in the air or on the ground.
Yep, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that about being able to shoot in the air like that. Like there's no rules against having it mounted and stuff. I shot a match yesterday. Check it out. I got a video of my. You can't. Well, you can't watch. You can't see links, can you?
No, not from those. Well, how'd you do?
Pretty good. I did all right on the first two stages. I came like in the top. Like my ranking for that state, those first two stages was like 30th out of like 75 shooters. So I beat like more than half the people in those stages. And those were the first two stages. But then the last four stages, I kept getting worse and worse hit factor, and I didn't know what was going on. Like I was like, my hits are just not as good as they were when I first started. And I got home and my freaking front sight was about to fall off. I had forgotten to put Loctite on it back when I had installed it about a week ago.
I actually I was shooting the Vincent pistol course. It was like a 2,000 round over 2-day course shooting my 45.
Mm-hmm.
My hand was killing me after that. But first day, the freaking front sight blew off of my gun.
Oh my gosh.
And then I realized that it was Springfield XDS XDM, and the gunsmith that I had put the sight on had actually gouged out the front of the dovetail.
Oh, what?
With a freaking air hammer.
What an idiot.
So he'd ruined it. So I could take the sight and just slide it back and forth. So he put it on some red Loctite, and the gun got hot because it was a 1,000 round day.
Rapid gunsmith.
Actually, I shot like 1,200 rounds that day. And, the sight just slid right off. So I So I put the sight back on, got it centered back up, and hit it with some 3M high temperature epoxy. That front sight will never move again.
Yeah, well, I guess that's fine if you're never going to change your front sights, but I'd be pissed at that gun. Rule
Right.
number
and
532, never use pneumatic tools on firearms.
Yeah, well, and it's a TFO sight, so it's a tritium sight.
So you won't change it until the tritium runs out.
And basically when the tritium runs out, I'm going to sell the gun and buy another one just like it.
Yeah. Just don't tell the person you're selling to what happened in that dovetail. Not to get it refunded.
No, I will totally tell them that, hey, the tritium's out of this and you're never going to be able to replace it, unless you send it to a gunsmith that really knows how to drive this thing out. And, you still got the fiber optic capabilities.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to anybody and try and sell them something that they don't know what's going on, but when that tritium dies, of course, that's going to be 10 years.
Yeah, it takes a while. Here's a match. Here's one of the videos. Can you see that?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
It's not too loud, is it?
No.
Right here, I shouldn't have. I should not have taken those 2 shots. Those 2 makeups. Other than that, it was a good run. It was pretty fun though. I had a blast. So we got Dano in here.
All right. So I'm going to qualify this with the fact that I am not a competitive shooter.
Mm-hmm.
All the shooting I've done has been either in a just standard me taking a course or in my military experience.
Yeah.
And I rely mostly on my military experience. You're all over the place with your feet.
Oh yeah, shooting on the move and stuff.
It's not just shooting on the move.
Mm-hmm.
Based on that video, your foot movement is exaggerated. You can smooth out that foot movement.
You're talking about like whenever
You can be just as fast, but smooth out your foot movement.
I'm gonna watch it again and watch my feet and see if I can figure out what you're talking about.
Watch your feet.
Okay. You talking about like picking my feet up too far, or like is there somewhere specific? Because I mean sometimes
like when you get to when you get to the left end of the target row there.
Let me go back to the video. I just screwed up my thingy. All right, when I get to the third set, you mean the ones you can't see?
That very left target row where it's just focused on you and you're shooting downrange. Watch your feet while you're shooting.
You mean when I'm leaning?
I'm not sure. I'm not looking at.
Like I have one foot in the air. That's because you have to lean to.
It just looked like even as you were moving, you were bouncing more than you were moving. You had a lot of kind of wasted up and down movement.
I guess it's because it was too short of a distance to like run, and I didn't really get into like and I was trying to move fast but not run.
Well, and here's the thing: the video was a little bit choppy on my end, just kind of watching it through this.
Mm-hmm.
So it may have just looked more exaggerated through the way I was looking at it with that little bit choppy video.
Yeah, and then there is weird. I mean, people when you shoot those competitions, you're not always like the most comfortable like sitting there, feet shoulder length apart. It's
I don't.
People shoot with one foot almost like.
Yes.
I am definitely not the guy that will ever tell you, oh yeah, you have to stand in this isosceles I don't even shoot. I don't shoot off isolates actually
Can you guys
because
hear
I'm
me?
left eye dominant and I'm right-handed.
Yeah, Dana, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. I've been having computer problems ever since I accidentally dropped out of my own chat.
How's
Yeah.
your voice doing?
Well, Sean, you were still in the after offline chat.
Yeah.
When I dropped out, I actually dropped out accidentally. And my computer's been screwing around with me ever since.
Oh, good Lord.
Even when I got into this chat, my microphone wouldn't work. But yeah, the cookies was the main thing. But I had some other computer problems. But
So you dumped the cookies and they got worse.
I dumped the cookies, but then I had no microphone.
That's weird.
So, but for some reason it's working now.
Well, whatever's happening now, don't change a thing.
Well, didn't change a thing before. It just stopped.
Well, I tried to grab you on gun channels to say drag me into this, but I don't know if you saw that.
No,
Somebody
I
else was trying to hit you on the side chat to bring me in, but I don't know if you saw that or not.
no, because in fact the problem with my computer started just before we went live, because I couldn't get into gun channels to look at any of the messages.
So I hope you don't mind that someone was kind enough to give me the link anyway.
Well, no, I had asked.
Because normally nobody, normally you don't give somebody a link without getting permission of the host, but
I had
they
asked
couldn't
Quirk,
get a hold of you.
I had asked Quirk to keep an eye on the chat and give out links because I couldn't. So.
Do them out for the after chat? Or before the chat started?
No, the primetime chat.
No, for the main show.
So no, yeah, like I said, I didn't want to shut it down and then have everybody be waiting on me to fix my computer. I figure as long as it would, do the Google Hangout long enough to finish to do a topic, and then I just get off air and try to fix it then.
Okay. Well, I certainly would have felt like an ass if, I had been given the link without the approval of the of the host, but nobody could get a hold of you,
right?
in the side chats or or anything else. So they gave me a link anyway and said, that's why I kind of treaded a little bit lightly at first.
Yeah. No, it was no problem at all.
And yes, that was me treading lightly.
Tread lightly and carry a big stick.
If you carry Florida by the panhandle, it is kind of a big stick.
But yeah, going back to the stage I shot, probably too, the reason it looks like that too is because I have such long legs. And so...
No, like I say, it might just be because when I watched the video, kind of being rebroadcast through your thing, it might have been a little bit choppy. But one of the things I found was when I'm trying to move fast and engage targets is don't get my feet more than about 2 inches off the ground. Don't scuff them, but keep them low.
Right, that's what I was
I'm
going to
move just as fast, and I'm going to be more stable up top. But when my feet start getting high, I'm going to move no faster, but my upper body's moving more.
Right, and that's what I was saying when you first said that watch my feet. That's what I saw originally, and I could relate to that a lot.
Yeah. Those feet were coming a little too high off the ground. It's not going to slow you down at all to keep those feet down, but you got to practice it.
It's easy. The guy I shoot with, he actually won the match. He won our division. He didn't win the whole match, but he won our division. And I guess he's like, he's only like 5'3".
Now,
Maybe.
now, there's a qualifier to that whole thing. If you're moving from position to position, over like 20, 30 yards away, then you just got to go to dead out sprint.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like there was
But inside of at least 20 yards, you're not going to get moving any faster and be able to stop any faster if you just keep your feet real low to the ground and scurry them, as opposed to trying to go at a dead-ass sprint. Because if you go at a dead sprint from that short a distance, you're not going to make up the time, and by the time you stop,
slow down to
you've got to recenter yourself
right. Yeah.
and get
Makes
back
a lot of
on.
sense. I'll have to
And like
find
I said, take my advice for what it's worth, because I am not a competition shooter.
No, I
I'm a
definitely.
military
That's
shooter.
definitely something to think about because that's something easy to forget too. Because really, when you're shooting, you don't think about moving. You move naturally, but it might not be the most efficient way.
Well, here's the thing.
There's a
You
lot of ways
think
to
that,
move it.
okay, I go to dead-ass sprint for this 10 yards, and yeah, you're going to get there a little bit faster. But the problem is when you stop that sprint, it's going to take you longer to reset than it would have been if you had gone just slightly slower on the way. But when you planted, you were planted and able
Exactly.
to immediately engage.
And I think now that I think about it, I can see a big difference between because I was watching that guy that I shoot with. He's an A-class shooter, and now that I think about it, like when he gets to a position, it's like he's running, he's just going, boom, he's there, going, boom, he's there.
Yeah, when you go at a dead-ass sprint, you're like, stop, reset yourself, square up, and go.
Yeah.
You'll find you spend less time resetting yourself. And
Exactly.
like I say, keep your feet low. Just 2 inches off the ground. Do a little scurry over to those short positions. If it's more than 20 yards, dead-ass sprint. You're going to make up the time. But just know that when you stop, you're going to take a little more time to settle yourself out because you were at a dead-ass sprint.
Yeah.
If you can't make up the time in the sprint that it takes for you to reset, don't sprint.
I'll have to work on that too, because I mean, at home, I don't. That's what one thing I need to do is
And that's the thing. You got to figure out how far you can run versus how far you can scurry.
Yeah, exactly, and it'd be worth it.
And have it be worth it. Yeah.
I'll have to practice that a lot. That's a good idea. Thanks for bringing that up. I gotta make some target stands though, where I can have multiple targets, so I can put up some silhouettes. Because right now all I do is shoot still, and that helps, but it's not the same as moving and shooting the same target I shoot at competition. Of course, the still target I shoot's a lot smaller, but it doesn't move. There's only one of them.
Now, all that said, I've never shot a competition in my life, and I probably need to.
It's a lot of
I'll
fun.
probably suck. It's probably going to be embarrassing, but I probably need to go do it.
You'd like it. I really love it. It's like pretty much what I do every weekend now.
We have a thing they do at my local range that I'm a member of. That they do the whole like kind of 2-gun carbine and pistol competition thing. I'm thinking I'm gonna go run one of those here fairly soon.
I would love
trying
to like that, but I just don't have a long gun to run. Like I would totally do 3-gun if I had an AR.
Dude, you can totally set up an AR that is completely appropriate for a shooting competition for $500 to $700 if you're willing to build it yourself.
Oh yeah,
and
definitely.
It's not that hard.
That's what I think I'm gonna do. That probably I don't know. I mean, being in school has a lot of limitations because other stuff I need to pay for.
Oh yeah, but here's the thing: buy the lower.
Just
when you
work
can
it
afford
piece
it, buy. But
Exactly.
just buy the pieces as you can, Look, you can get an Anderson lower for $80. Then buy the lower parts kit. That'll be another $40. You just kind of piece it together, piece at a time. You're going to pay more for the upper than you do for the rest of it.
Yeah, makes sense.
You can get a built upper from Palmetto State that's a decent upper that's going to be able to do everything that's within your ability to shoot for $400 to $500. That's going to be the biggest piece. Or just go ahead and buy the upper receiver and build the thing. Build the upper all the way.
Buy the barrel separate and everything. One of the members on here, Gun Channels, he actually made a price list a while back for an AR-15. Like, it was really good. Like, he had everything and shipping included, and it was only like $500 something bucks. And it was really good list. Like, I think for $500 you can build a whole gun. Even Palmetto State has full uppers ready to go occasionally for like $300. Yeah, and they have those deals too where you can get
it might not be the match grade barrel, but to be quite honest, for competitive, for like
you're not going to be good enough.
Most competitive shooting, you don't need a match upper.
Exactly.
You don't need a match barrel. A 3 MOA gun will do just fine at the ranges that they're shooting in those competitions.
Yep. So, I don't even think they ever shoot outside of 100 yards, do they?
Depends on what you're shooting.
Like a 3-gun match. I've never been to one, so I have no idea.
A 3-gun match? I don't think so. The fifth of carbine matches they do here, they'll push out to 300 yards. But that's a little bit different deal. It's emphasis on the rifle with, the sidearm is the secondary gun. But, it's basically a carbine course of fire.
Let me show you this price list I was talking about. This was as of March 2014. Prices include shipping and taxes. Of course, I would leave the carry handle rear sight. I would leave that off because I would have an optic. But
yeah, you did that. $284.99 PSA. So that's Palmetto State.
But he didn't put the charging handle on there. Somewhere there's no charging handle on here. Someone commented on it.
Yeah, you can get one for $20. So
replace that with the
hell, I've got 4 or 5 standard quote unquote Bellstech type charging handles in my freaking closet. I'll give you one.
Exactly. Yeah, they're pretty easy to get. Of course, he's spent a lot of money.
I've replaced all mine with I love those Raptor charging handles. I like ambi controls on my rifles. I'm right-handed, but I'd like to be able to shoot left-handed.
Well, here's the thing. Isn't on a standard AR the little press button is on the right side of the gun, right?
It's on the left.
It's on the left?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well then for some reason my M&P 1522 is backwards and it drives me nuts.
Basically, the idea is if you've got the gun in front of you, you've got your right hand on the pistol grip.
Right.
You take your offhand.
Yeah, and cock it.
Yeah, charge.
And that's what I want to do with my M&P 1522. But it's on the other freaking side.
Really?
Yeah, I thought that was so weird.
So the little divot in the upper receiver for the latch is in the right side?
Yes. Because I was thinking about doing the same way about charging from the, with it on my shoulder still. I don't know why it's like that. Now I think about it. Let me look up pictures of it and see what it looks like and see if there's one see if I can find one that's not like that.
Now, really, the only time you should be operating the charging handle while you're engaging anything should be a malfunction drill.
Yeah.
Once you've chambered that first round, you're going to be putting rounds downrange. When the bolt locks back, you slap another mag, and you drop the bolt release. You should never have to touch that charging handle again. But shit happens, and you have to clear malfunctions.
Exactly. And some people actually, they train. Like I know James Younger, I saw him doing it in a video, and I was asking, like, every time he put in a mag in, he would manually release the slide instead of using a slide lock, which makes sense because some guns aren't made to use the slide lock is a slide lock, not a slide release on some guns. But he said the reason he does that is because it clears any malfunction, like if he's doing a tactical reload, so that he reloads and there's
Yeah.
I forget how he explained it, but because you're manually.
Yeah.
But it slows you down a lot. Like I don't do it in competition.
I understand his idea is it's more of a gross motor skill to rack that thing back. However, I fundamentally disagree with him when it comes to that.
That's what I was kind of thinking of too whenever I saw his video on that, because I put that, I was like, wouldn't it be easier
it
to
is also a
take
gross
your palm?
motor skill for me to palm slap that.
Yeah, just
that
slap.
Release.
Exactly, that's what I did on my MP.
And I don't have to worry about it being accidentally ridden forward. I don't have to worry about slowing it down, and I don't have to worry about the extra mass of the even though there's not a lot of mass to a charging handle. I don't have to worry about the extra mass. That's just one of the things that I fundamentally disagree with him on.
Exactly. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it is on the left side, but I'm pretty sure because I was thinking about ordering a new one a while back when I was shooting the gun a lot. I'm pretty sure.
I have never seen an AR type that had the latch on the right side.
Maybe they accidentally shipped. Maybe the one I bought accidentally had a left-handed one on it or something from the factory.
I don't even see how, because it would have to be machined that way.
That's true. It's plastic.
Unless somebody turned it upside down.
No, it's plastic. It's plastic, so it's like they make them in.
Plastic?
I don't even know if they sell a left-handed model.
Plastic? Okay,
yeah.
I'm completely confused. I've never seen a plastic one.
It's polymer.
That would be plastic.
Yes.
Yes, never seen a plastic one.
Well, the 1522 is, it's 22 caliber.
Yeah.
And it's all polymer gun except for the barrel and the action and the trigger. All the internals.
Yeah. No, I guess I've just never seen that plastic part on the charging handle before.
No, yeah, the whole charging handle is plastic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a weird gun.
It's cheap, I guess. Cheaper. That one I thought about replacing it with is aluminum, but I was like, I'm not spending that much money. It's like $50 or $60 for the charging handle. I'm like, I'm not paying that much for a charging handle for a little 22 that I just shoot for fun at the range.
Yeah, hell, like I said, all my guns, I run those Raptor charging handles. They're like, $70 to $90 depending on where you get them from.
I was looking at getting the Plinker Tactical one, which is made for the 1522 though, and looks pretty nice.
Actually, I'm waiting for my 308 AR to come back from the manufacturer. Hopefully, they'll sort it all out. I've got a 7.62 Raptor sitting on my counter, waiting to go in it.
Nice. I can't wait till I ordered a front sight tool for my Glock, because I told you my front sight was loose when I got home. Remember how I told you that for my match yesterday?
Yeah, what kind of front sight are you using on there?
I'm using Savigny sights. It's just a fiber optic front with a blacked out rear.
Okay.
And what are you gonna say?
Oh, nothing. I said okay.
Oh, yeah. So I don't have a front sight tool though, because the guy I shoot with, he actually gave them to me at the last match. He's like, here. He was explaining it to me. He's like, this is the front sight tool. This is the nylon punch. He's like, just take it, and knock your factory sight out. There's a little nut. He's explaining to me how to change it. I was like, yeah, I know. I was like, cool. And he's like, here, keep the sights. Bring the tools back to me next week. I was like, what? like I wasn't expecting him to give me a pair of free sights. I was like, dude, awesome. He's like, that'll get you going in the right direction. I was like, sweet. So it was really nice of him. Like an $80 pair of sights he gave me because he said he was never going to use them. So anyways, put him on with his front sight tool, but then I saw him at the match yesterday. Gave him back his tool. Get home, the sight's loose. So I don't have a front sight tool. So I ordered one yesterday.
Yeah, you can get there's you don't need to get their front sight tool. There's some nut drivers.
Yeah, I just got a nut
those.
driver off Amazon.
Yeah, I mean they're not that expensive, but once you get the thing in place, if you're going to be replacing it later, just put some blue Loctite on it.
Oh yeah, I just blew out top and everything.
If you're happy with it and you really like that sight, hit it with the red.
No, I always use blue no matter what. Blue 242 is what I use on all my guns. It works pretty good.
I've actually used green on some things. Things
Green's
that I
like
know I'm
green-
never
green's-
going to change.
Oh, is green the strongest one?
Green is the one that
The
is
medium, isn't it?
officially supposed to be like, you don't have to unscrew things all the way. It just kind of wicks in. However, if you do unscrew them and put it in the green, it is never coming out unless you
Break it.
really try. It's way worse than red if you try and break that stuff loose.
That's what I need to use on my my rubber mallet. I've got a rubber mallet that I use for gunsmithing. It's got the interchangeable heads, where you can screw off the little ends of the head. And the freaking head fell off the handle. It keeps falling off. It's still loose. And the reason it did that is because I use that hammer a lot. 'Cause I use it for bullet casting to knock open the screw plate on the molds. You know what I'm talking about? Have you ever
Yeah.
So I hit the plate on top of the mold with it, and because I use it so much, it's worked it loose, and now the head keeps working its way off the handle.
Have you tried the nylon inserts?
No, I don't. Well, I have.
It lets you put on a little bit more force, but you're not gonna break anything with the nylon. But it's a little bit harder, so it doesn't rebound off of it and gives you a more solid blow.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the actual head is falling off the handle though.
Yeah, I'm talking about putting on a nylon head instead of the rubber head.
Oh yeah, just to hit stuff with, but it's still gonna fall off. Like it falls off. Like I'm just tapping stuff and it starts working its way loose.
It's blue Loctite, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna put some green Loctite or some epoxy on there.
Don't do the green. Do the blue.
Not on the hammerhead though. I'm gonna put it on the handle. Like
Yeah, use the blue. It'll be fine.
But I can use the green because I'm never gonna take it off.
Yeah, you will. You'll eventually wear it down, and then you got to toss the hammer because you're never going to break that green loose without melting the plastic.
I'm talking about the actual entire head of the hammer that is fitted onto the handle, not the changeable part.
Yes, and how many times have you divoted the head on one of those hammers?
But the heads are the small part that what you actually hit with is interchangeable. So I can just buy new interchangeable parts. Let me show you the hammer I'm talking about.
Oh, wait, I thought you were talking about screwing in the head
And making
with
it stay.
green Loctite.
No, That's fine. I'm just saying that's the kind of hammer it is, and that's the reason I use it is because it's.
I'm saying if those heads are coming loose, just hit it with a little blue.
No, that's not
Loctite.
the problem. It's the actual head of the hammer is falling off the handle. So
It's coming off the nut or coming off the bolt.
There's no bolt. It's just press fitted onto the handle. So I'm literally swinging, and the entire head goes flying, and I'm sitting there holding a piece of wood stick.
Oh, well, wait. How does the head screw in? Doesn't it have a little bolt that screws in?
No, it just slides onto the handle.
Oh, okay. Well, forget the Loctite, man. Easiest thing to get a hold of, Gorilla Glue, that bastard.
Yeah. It's probably
you don't want Loctite. You want glue.
See, look, I'll show you exactly what I'm talking. This is the exact hammer I have right here. You see that one?
I haven't come up yet. Oh, there you go.
Okay, so see,
yeah, that's similar to what I got.
Yeah,
I
these
thought
heads
you
are
were talking about those little screw shafts.
Yeah, these right here are staying in fine. It's right here. It's literally coming off this whole part
Oh,
is coming off this.
oh no, no, no. Oh God.
Yeah.
You just need a new hammer.
Well, it's new. I've only had it for like not even a year, and the
Well,
hammer
yeah.
itself part is fine.
Well, look, if the head's coming off the hammer, you need a new hammer.
I think but it's easily fixable. Like I can fix it, and it lasts 10 more years.
Yeah, even better than the Gorilla Glue. Uh, get some 2-part epoxy.
We have some actually, and I'm just gonna try it.
Yeah, yeah, just epoxy that thing back on. It'll be all right.
Cause I don't whack on anything with. I mean, I don't abuse it. Like I just use it to knock the sprue plate on my. It's just a repeated use is what I think's done it.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the
Little
screw
heads.
crabs for the
No,
I thought you were talking about that backing off.
those
No,
things are pretty good. I actually haven't even used them. I don't even know what to use the metal. One's like a copper color, one of them's like a silver color. I don't know what they're for.
the brass ones for basically you can whack any other piece of steel, and it's a lot softer metal, so
Hmm.
it's not going to booger up the other piece of steel. So it leaves a little bit of copper trace on it that you can just wipe off. It gives you a really hard hammer surface that's not going to ding up your upper or ding up your gun.
Gotcha. And what about the other one? Is that just like a stainless, like hard steel?
I wouldn't use that at all.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. Like you'd want to hammer
Yeah,
nails.
yeah. You just break out your claw hammer in that case.
Right. No, no. I wonder why they put two of the nylon, the rubber ones on there. Like, I guess because those are the most powerful,
Because they get dinged up and beat up.
the quickest. Yeah. I've been using the red side, and I'm gonna start switching to the white and go back and forth, kind of wear them down evenly.
Yeah, like mine. I have a completely separate brass hammer. And then I've got the other hammer that has one side that's rubber and the other side that's nylon.
Hmm.
The rubber has its place, but don't hit anything too hard with it, or you're going to chip it up. The nylon lets you hit things that are a little bit harder, but still give you some real bit rebound and some protection off of whatever you're hitting.
Yeah, the only thing I noticed, because that guy who gave me the sights, he gave me a nylon punch, and like if you get hitting too hard on those nylon punches, it'll start mushrooming it out a little bit. Of course, it was really it's
Yeah,
small.
no, I for punches, I just use hardened steel.
Yeah, or brass. I love using brass punches for gun stuff because it doesn't mess up the steel at all. It just, I mean, it'll make the color, it'll discolor it a little bit, but it's no big deal if it's something small.
Oh yeah. Depending on the gun, brass punches are great. Probably would have saved me from boogering up my 938 a little bit because I don't know if you've ever pulled pins out of a SIG, but man, those things are in there.
No, I never even shot a SIG. I really want to I think, if I keep shooting USPSA limited, I wouldn't mind getting a Glock 35 or getting a 40 cal upper for my frame. The only thing is the 35 uppers are like the same price as just buying a whole new gun.
Yeah.
That's what that guy I shoot with. He does. He has two Glock 34s and then a Glock 35 because there's two different scorings based on your power factor, and he'll shoot whichever one he feels like. I mean, if he wants to shoot, if he thinks he can shoot a course and shoot minor, shoot 9mm and make good hits, he will.
Well, see, I don't get the fact that you can shoot, and I'm not sure if it's USPSA or if it's IDPA,
Hmm.
but in one of them you can shoot Glock in a completely different class than the XDs, which doesn't make any damn sense to me.
That's IDPA because they have like what they call stock service pistol and enhanced service pistol.
Yeah, that's right.
And
The
some of them
XDs
like
are all
X-
enhanced service pistols,
right.
while the, you know,
Glocks.
I,
It's because the XDs come with like good triggers and better sights, which is it is kind of ridiculous because people can just do that to their Glocks and shoot the same thing. Pretty much, I'm pretty sure. I don't know the technicalities on what you can replace in stock service pistol in IDPA, but in USPSA it's not. I mean, it's not like that. Most everybody shoot like production class, which is similar to the stock. Is like everybody shoots plastic guns pretty much. But recently,
hell, the only gun I've got with a stock trigger in it. Well, I've got two. My Mossberg 500 and my NAA 22 Magnum mini revolver.
Yeah,
Everything else has custom triggers.
I want a new trigger for my Glock, but they're freaking expensive. It'll be the last thing I upgrade because it's so expensive.
Well, no, even the Glock, all I did was put in one of those little 3.5 pound disconnectors.
The firing pin spring?
No, the little 3.5 pound that little bar that you put in.
Oh, the trigger connector.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mine already came with the minus one, which really made me mad
Which
because
the
I didn't
3.5 pound gives me a 4.5 pound full weight.
Right, yeah. I ordered that one, and I already had it in my gun because the 34s and the 35s, because they're the practical tactical pistol of Glock. They're like made, they were made with a competition group of people in mind, and so they already come with the best connector in them. I didn't know it. I bought a freaking connector for $20, and now I have an extra connector.
Yeah.
But at least now I have a spare. I need to put it in my range bag actually with my other spare parts I take with me because you never know. That guy I shoot with.
That thing ain't gonna fail.
Yeah, that guy I shoot with, he has a tackle box that he opens up in each little compartment. He has like numerous amounts. Like he's probably got like at least $600 worth of parts in that little tackle box, Glock parts. I'm like holy crap! And they're not like big parts; they're small stuff, but it adds up quick.
Oh yeah.
It's insane.
Hell, it's the first time I ever spent $20 on basically something that was not much bigger than a toothpick.
Oh yeah, it's crazy how much some of the stuff is. Yeah, some of the new. If you want to get a firing pin for a Glock, you want to get like a lightened one. They're like $80 for a new striker.
No, of course, I feel like Glock has the worst trigger on the market.
Yeah, they're
Their stock triggers. I mean, I'd rather, press a sponge.
Yeah, especially when they're new, they're horrible. Mine's got a little bit better, and now I'm used to it anyways. It's not really that bad. Like it breaks pretty clean. But definitely the XD triggers are so much better right out the box. They're very nice.
Yeah, they're a lot better. I put one of the Powder River triggers in my XD, and that thing is, oh my god, just butter smooth, no over travel. The reset's shorter. It's just.
I'll tell you the best trigger I have is my Volquartsen trigger in my 2245, my little 22, the little Ruger 2245s.
Oh no, my best trigger is in my Remington 700. I've got one of the Calvin Elite triggers that I've got dialed to 15 ounces.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. But as far as pistols go,
when I got it, it was at 4 ounces.
Holy crap!
4 ounces was not enough for it to be safe.
Yeah, you could
literally the weight of the trigger was enough to set it off. They say do not adjust it below 8 ounces, but the fact is you can adjust it below 8 ounces.
Yeah, if you're shooting bench press competitions, it'd be different. You'd have that thing as light as it would go and still function.
15 ounces gives me enough that I can put my finger on it, not accidentally discharge it, and the second I think I want to shoot,
he goes off.
The round's gone.
That's awesome. Because
16 ounces was too much, 14 was too little. I literally settled in at 15.
That's awesome. Yeah, I have my Volquartsen trigger in my little 2245. chambered in 22, and you can just twitch your finger, and you can just you can rapid fire that thing. It's so much fun. Oh my gosh, I have a red dot sight on there. Like, I really want to take that gun and shoot 22 steel challenge.
Oh, yeah.
Blast.
Dude, if it was semi-auto, there's no way I would set a 15-ounce trigger.
Mine's probably on my 2245. It's probably like 3/4 of a pound, maybe. I don't know. Or a pound. It's probably a pound. It's probably a pound.
Yeah, I was gonna say 3/4 of a pound is less than my 15-ounce trigger.
It's really. It's hard to tell though.
Do you have a trigger scale?
No, I don't.
Dude, spend $18 to get one.
Well, I really don't care about it that much because I can just feel what I like.
Yeah, but just so you know, when you're communicating with people, plus when you get a new trigger and you're tuning it up, you know what weight you like. You'll be able to set it to that.
Yes, I have to add that to the list of other stuff I need to buy because that list is pretty long right now.
Of course, I've used my trigger scale, a few times on people who are going to quartz guns, so they go in and say, the trigger is X amount of weight. In one case, actually, the state said that the trigger was this weight, and I had video of me testing the gun with my trigger scale and showing what the weight was, and it was different from what the state said. And it was on a case where the person claimed to have accidentally discharged the firearms. The best I could come to was they had put the trigger scale at the very top of the trigger,
right,
inducing a heavier trigger pull than was actually present
done.
where you actually put your finger on a trigger. Provided an affidavit on that, and it was and this wasn't a criminal case; it was a civil case.
Yeah.
And showed that due to a lot of legal nuances, it was necessary to show that they didn't have a freaking 12-pound trigger pull. They had a 4-pound trigger pull.
Well, that's important information to know. So, what did he do? Just like blow a hole in his wall or something, or go shoot through a neighbor's house or something? Or?
He had caused some irreparable damage to a domesticated pet.
Oh, gotcha.
It was not a good situation.
But was it an accident?
Yeah, basically somebody had done something that was completely justified for him to point a gun at them. And he had, in the stress of the moment, accidentally discharged the firearm into a cat.
Gotcha.
And the owner of the cat sued him for the cat, and he had to show that A, he had justifiably pulled the gun on the person, which he absolutely had justifiably pulled the gun on the person, and B,
he accidentally shot
that the damage to the cat was not intentional, and in fact it was the responsibility of the owner of the cat that the cat died.
Darn, didn't get to call the cat to the witness stand then.
Unfortunately,
Mr. Cuddles could not
the legal standard, the cat was valuable. This was not your average run-of-the-mill pound cat. This was like a prize cat, apparently.
What? People have prize cats? They show cats. I didn't know they did that.
Yes, they do.
I thought it was just dogs. Cats are already arrogant enough. They don't need to be paraded around at shows.
Yes, this was a foo-foo cat.
I'm not a fan of cats. It's pretty bad.
All right. Well, 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. I got class tomorrow. So, thanks for sticking around. Looks like no one else wanted to have an after chat, but oh well.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Yep, see you, man.
Yo,
Sub DP.
what it do, man?
Sticking around on Sunday night.
I was hoping this was a reloading chat.
Wasn't that like yesterday?
The reloading chat never ends.
Oh. So what do you want to know?
Nothing. Absolutely.
Oh.
Shit. And that's in a long time from now.
You considering getting into it, or
Huh?
should
I
you
mean, like I've always thought about it, but since I rent like a basement, I really don't have the room for it. I mean, like once I get my own place, then that's a real thought. But you know what I'm
literally
saying?
takes up the space of a desk, dude. It's not that much.
I feel you, bro.
But
I really don't have that much.
living in the People's Republic of Maryland, it's probably frowned upon, I suppose.
Nah. I mean, I would do it. I just, you know what I'm saying? I'm just not there yet. There's still a lot of the things I need to do before I get to that
Anything.
point.
Just save all your brass.
I've been actually just selling it to the recycler for like $1 or something.
Dude, why?
You know what I was really thinking about doing? What I should do, honestly, like even if I'm not into reloading, I should really save all of my brass, buy myself a tumbler because I don't need to do shit with a tumbler. I just turn it on and I turn it off, and I buy new media whenever the media goes old, and then I can just put it up on eBay as just Sprint Bass and actually make like 5 times as much as what I'm getting per pound. You know what I'm saying? Just because I cleaned it.
Well, you're wasting reloading supplies, bro.
How much can you sell like 100 casings of 9mm 4 cleaned and deprime? Because I mean I could obviously deprime them too. That's kind of easy.
$30, maybe? No, that's too much.
No, that's too much.
I want to say three to 8 cents a piece, maybe. I'm not sure.
So it's like $3.
I don't know. I'd have to look it up again.
It's almost worth it because then I'd be like at least a quarter of the way worth of supplies to reloading.
I traded 3 or 400 casings for a brick of 22s. So that was $35 worth. So whatever that works out to. $0.10 a piece, I think. I don't know, my brain hurts right now. Who come in? I heard the ding.
Yeah, come up, but
Oh. What's up, G-Webs?
G-Web's good. You're here. I have so many reloading questions to ask you.
Good. Now we can roll our sleeves up and really get into reloading.
I don't want to get into it. I just want to constantly bring it up, like every 20 minutes. Ask you one question every 20 minutes in the middle of a different topic.
So how did it go? I had a house full of people. I didn't even get to turn the computer on.
The reloading chat? I don't think I watched all the reloading chat.
Oh.
Did you say you live in a basement?
Yep, I rent out a basement.
So a downstairs apartment.
Basically, yeah.
In all seriousness, dude, just save your brass. Unless it's something you plan on never shooting. And for like $130, I think, I'd have to relook again. You can buy the Franklin Arsenal. Excuse me, Franklin Arsenal has a starter kit that it gives you the media, gives you the cleaning solution. It comes with a bucket. It comes with a tumbler. I still use mine, and
I didn't realize this was going to be the kind of chat where you were going to tell me what to say.
No,
I don't like to be told what to say.
I didn't know I was barking orders. What'd I miss?
I'm just trying to keep the conversation going.
Oh. I'm just trying to talk Marco into saving his brass.
I mean, I was doing it for like 6 months. Ended up with like an entire bag of like a Safeway size shopping bag, like a plastic bag full of brass. I just took it into like the recycler one day, and I got like $20 for it.
Oh, jeez. You could sell that for 3 times that for once fired. Easily.
And a recycler's just going to melt it down or something.
Mm-hmm.
Turn right back into that anyway.
I have a bucket started with stuff where, brass I can't trim or fix. And that'll be sold to recycler, but because it's, it's cracked or the primer pocket's all wore out, it won't, keep primer seated or whatever.
Well, that's the genius of it all. Once you can't use it anymore, then you just melt it down and make it fresh again.
Anybody go shooting this weekend?
No, I don't shoot anymore. Shooting's lame.
If I honestly ever got a chance to like beat Jerry Mikulich at a shooting competition, I don't care which one, I would just never shoot again and just retire and walk around telling everybody that.
So they're saying the ultimate satisfaction in shooting is just shooting really fast. Good.
I don't know, but just to like embarrass somebody like that recognized, I would just retire. I'd be too good for the world.
Embarrassed, huh?
It'd be like beating Michael Jordan like in basketball. You'd probably never play basketball again. You just walk around with the title. Retire the champ. So tomorrow I find out how much my books are going to cost me and see if that's going to set me back on my pistol.
The AR pistol?
Yeah.
So there's a budget, and then it's going to go to the AR pistol, and then except for what goes to your books?
No, there's a budget, and then, I have some cash. I expect to have a certain amount of cash by the end of the month, or by middle of the month of September, and depending how much my books cost is whether I can afford my AR budget or if it's going to set it back a month or two. Because I'm expecting some good shoes to come out right before school comes out, and as long as I can get enough pairs and sell them, I'll be A-okay. I can pay my tuition, well, part of it, get some books. I just hope these books aren't ridiculous, because it's funny. Like I have 3 classes coming up, so a book will be like, for one class, a book will be like $7. The next class, a book will be like $350, and then you'll have like 4 $15 books for another class. But if I have like 3 classes and like there's 2 books at like $300 each for each class, I'm fucked. You know what I'm saying?
What kind of markup is there on them shoes? Like how many
I could
shoes are we talking about?
I could sell them for like twice as much, maybe like, so like if a shoe goes for like 180, 160, I could sell it for like 320, 350. And then if I wait, like by the time you see the lines and how many people are pressed for them, and like if prices go ridiculous on the internet, it just depends. Christmas is usually.
So are we
the best
talking
time.
like 10 pairs or 100 pairs?
No, I'm hoping like if I can get like under 10 pairs, like 6 or 7 pairs. That's really good. If I only get like 2 or 3, I'm upset.
That's the premium one, so that you don't have to worry about holding on to them forever.
No, like they'll like easily like the next day like they'll go for twice as much. If there's a lot of hype around them, you can hold on to them for maybe like a week and then get like 2.5, 3 times. During Christmas, it's like 3 times to up to 5 times depending how exclusive the release is.
And that's people that are going to wear them to school then?
Some people will wear them to school. Some people will just buy them and put them in their closet. Wear them never, or wear them once.
Crazy talk.
Whatever. They make guns that are green or whatever when we buy them, or painted this or that, or have fail 0 nail polish on them.
It's like buying like an engraved Colt or something like that. It's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah. Well, is the 203 or what is this thing?
The 223
The
Wild
law.
Arrow?
No, is the law a rocket? I guess it is a rocket, so it might be
Yes.
the rocket from Beverly Hills Cop 2. I've never seen that movie. Or if I saw that movie, it was when it came out, and I haven't seen it since.
Yes, it was a law in the Vietnam era law in oh my gosh.
But this particular one is more like the one in, I don't know, pick a better movie, like Lone Wolf McQuade or something cool. Red Dawn? Did they use them in Red Dawn? Maybe.
They used RPGs. It was mainly Russian stuff.
I know, but I think I do remember seeing them open one once. But I don't know, it could have been the Russian. The Russians had one just like it.
Oh, they did? I didn't know that.
Almost a copy, yeah.
I just realized I haven't ate dinner. I'll be back. I'm gonna get some food.
Oh, damn. I'm an idiot. I meant to send Hosh a text earlier today, see how he was doing for the earthquake.
Earthquake? Where?
There was one in San Fran.
Yeah, oh, he's in Orange County.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's way down south, but I wonder if he felt it, though.
Do you know how far that is?
No, I'm pretty sure it's really far, dude.
That's-
4 hours
that's-
drive or something?
Oh, no. It's Frisco to LA, that's like 8.
Oh, that far? Damn.
I might be
I've only
exaggerating.
ever driven from Tucson to San Francisco or Tucson to LA, never like from LA to San Francisco, so I don't really know.
But yeah, it was a pretty big one. It was like a 6.8.
Was that big?
Yeah.
How big was the LA earthquake?
You mean like the one back in like the 80s?
Yeah, where the roads fell down and shit.
It was like 6.5.
So this was bigger.
It was either slightly bigger or just slightly under, but it was right around.
Really? So the Golden Gate Bridge fell down and shit?
No.
But I think I heard something on the radio.
It says it's 6 hours. That's no traffic. According to Coco Gadget Google.
Oh, you're talking about this drive time. I was saying, I was thinking you meant no one's heard from him in 6 hours. That'd be pretty bad.
Oh. I seen him on Facebook earlier. Picture of his kid.
But yeah, I think they said like 50 people died.
Crap. Buildings fall down and shit then?
I have no idea. I mean, like I every time I saw it, it was like a commercial for like the news coming up, and I would just like leave the room and end up doing something else. I was in orientation all day today, and I passed out to like 10 o'clock when I got home.
Why do they do school on Sunday?
It was orientation.
Still school.
Yeah, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Well, this says that there was a 6.8 near the coast of southern Peru 7 hours ago, and that 18 hours ago there was a 3.6 in Northern California, and 20 hours ago there was a 6.0 in Northern California. So did you know about the Peru one?
No, I didn't know what
It was said, according to the earthquake. Here, let me get you the link. This is the government earthquake thing that we pay for. So it looks like this could be the end days.
I believe you should have to have a safety course requiring you before you read this website.
Well, you should at least be familiar with the Richter factor.
If you're going to open carry this, you must have a course on the Richter factor.
Or the Richter scale, I guess.
What's the difference between the one on the right and the one on the left? It's 2.5 plus. Oh,
Oh.
significant ones. Okay.
I'm looking
Yeah.
through Yahoo's homepage, and there's no mention on the top.
There was a
Frickin'
4 in
30.
Oklahoma.
Yahoo don't give a shit though. This is the earthquake center for the U.S. Geological Survey. So it's got like
I'm just saying-
every earthquake that happens.
I'm
Period.
just saying, usually when there's a significant event, they're pretty good at listing the crap.
That's what I'm saying. They're like, that's it. We're not acknowledging that this is news, so they're not
I-
covering it.
But then again, they're in San Fran, aren't they? Or San Jose.
I did hear about the one in Chile. I saw something on Facebook about it, but I didn't really study it too much. And that was pretty close to home too. All right, so like, do you see
There
how
it
it
is.
says? You see how the website says like the Peru one happened 101 kilometers deep, the Chilean one happened 35 kilometers deep, and the California one only happened 11 kilometers deep.
That's crazy.
So the deeper it happens, the harder and quicker the shifts are / the shaking. The higher up it is, the more like jiggly the shaking is.
Have you ever experienced one? I was in California for one time.
I was in Chile for one, and I had the baby DC one here for like 4. It was funny.
I guess I've been in ones that I didn't know I was in, so I don't count those. But I mean, I was actually in one where the ground shook, and I was like, "Holy shit, this is an earthquake!"
Well, put it like this: I wanted to feel one like when I was in Chile, and I was, and like people would come up, like 3 times it's happened to me. Like people would come up to me like, "Oh, did you feel that? Did you feel that?" I'm like, "No, I didn't feel shit. What are you talking about?" Like, "Oh, I just tumbled." And one time I was like cracking the eye, I was just waking up in the morning, right, just laying in bed, still being lazy, rubbing the coal out, like just rubbing the coals out my eyes.
So it was like
And-
noon.
About like 9. And fucking like I can hear like the window pane kind of like jiggle, and that's when I realized it was an earthquake. But then like the next time I went, there was like a 4.5, almost a 5. I felt that one, and the DC one was pretty long for as little as it was pretty long. It was funny because the only I was in the computer lab at community college when it happened, and literally I was at the printer like picking up like what I had printed out. And this little, I guess she had to have been Japanese to like know what to do or whatever. She must have been one of those earthquake countries in Asia. And when she felt it, she just bolted. And everyone else just stood there looking at each other. I'm like, "Hey guys, I think this is an earthquake." And they're like, "Oh, really?" And then everyone walked.
Is that the dryer that's having trouble? Is that the?
No, but she knew
Is that
what
a
was
car
going on,
back
and she didn't bother to say anything or help anybody. She just ran. I just didn't believe it was happening to me there. Like I haven't been through enough to like, actively take action like that girl did.
I was in a parking lot, so when it happened, it was just sort of like neat that the whole ground was just shaking, like I don't know, like if you're on a boat or something.
Were you on a flat parking lot, or were you like up on like the 5th floor? I'd be shitting my
Oh no,
pants if I
no,
was on the
just
5th
been
floor.
on the ground, like the parking lot. We were I
Okay.
remember something like a restaurant maybe or something we were coming out of, or store or something. It was just a little parking lot.
Yeah, because if
But
you were in a garage,
pretty
I'd be shitting my pants.
Well, no, it was a very pleasant experience, and I was a little kid, so for me, I didn't know anything about bad stuff from earthquakes or nothing. Maybe a TV show or something.
Let's say the only one that I remember was when St. Helens sparked off in '80. I was like 5.
But is that really an
4 or
earthquake, or
5.
is that more of a volcano eruption that caused
Well,
an
I
earthquake?
was about 90 miles away, 85 miles away, something like that, as a crow flies. And I just remember everything went quiet. No birds, no nothing. It was just weird. Because I lived, 10 miles from town, out on a farm, and it was never quiet. And it just got quiet for like 20 minutes. And my mom ran out and said, "Get in the house!" Because the ash cloud was coming.
I don't know if you guys have noticed, but just recently, I want to say about 2 months ago, the Washington Monument opened back up, and for the longest time, it was just covered in scaffolding all the way up, and that was actually damaged in that earthquake. I
Yeah.
want to go back up. It's been
You've ever been up
years.
in there?
It's been years since I went up there. I really want to go back up
They
there.
were remodeling in 2000 when I was there. Oh, not 2000.
Oh, and
What
the
is-
the U.S. Capitol building's actually getting redone. The whole iron dome on top. So in about 4 months, if you ever see like a live shot of it, it's going to be covered in scaffolding.
When was 9/11? What year was that?
Oh, one.
9/11, 01.
01. Okay, I was there February of 01. It was under construction, or their elevator was broke or some crap. I don't remember.
You know what's funny? Like when my dad first immigrated to the United States in the year 1969, I want to say. And so he immigrated here to like the D.C. area, and he would tell so my dad was like a young hippie or whatever. Like he had long hair. It's funny, but so he'd like run around like the mall like as part of his workout, and like he's like 1970s booty shorts and shit. And like he would tell me that like he would have that like part of his workout routine would like sometimes he would climb the stairs of the Washington Monument, like just jog them, and it was like totally cool. Like you didn't have to wait in line because you were the only asshole taking the stairs. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's funny because there's no way you could probably do that now.
No, but I'm like, I think my mom said she's been in the torch of the Statue of Liberty. You haven't been able to do that since I've been alive, but since I've been around.
Yeah. Weren't you used to be able to go like like up into the crown, like actually out on the crown?
No, there's nowhere to go out on it, but I think in the torch there was no windows. You could just go out and it was like a little, that was what it was, an observation deck or whatever. But then it started to break, so they couldn't, before you could just walk up there, and if you felt like walking up there, you could. But I think the face has windows on it, doesn't it? Or the crown has windows on it?
Yeah, it's like tinted out windows.
I've never been in it. I'm just going off of memory, off of TV shows and shit.
Well, the Ghostbusters were out on the crown when they were making it walk.
Good point. That's why there was all that scaffolding on it for a long time.
You ever been up in the CN Tower up in Toronto? That's pretty tight.
Why would I go to Canada?
I don't know. I was there.
Whatever, trying to make Canada sound like a big deal. Like, hey,
No.
I went on a
Just
fancy
the CN
vacation
Tower.
to Canada.
So the CN Tower is the tallest freestanding structure in North America, and it's kind of like it's
Taller than the Sears Tower?
it's like twice the size of like the Space Needle or something like that. It's literally like the tallest. It's 1.25 miles up in the sky.
What?
So what's
A
that?
mile and a quarter?
Yeah, and a mile's what, 5,000 feet?
Holy crap. How
Hold
many
on.
stories is that? 1,000 stories?
I don't know. Let me tell you right now. Hold on.
I'm gonna go look at the internet and verify this shit.
So
I thought
whatever.
Sears Tower was the biggest building, and then came that one in some country
But this
where
is
they
really
put a
like
bigger antenna on it.
it's not really a building. It's a freestanding structure because it's like the Space Needle. You know what I'm saying? So it's not actually like a square building. It's
Oh,
just
well, the
it's
Space
just
Needle's a
pole.
building, isn't it? There's a restaurant up there or something.
Yeah, but there's nothing underneath it. It's just like a pole. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it looks like
Oh, okay.
a radio tower. With,
Yeah, it's just a,
except it's curves instead of.
I got you. It's like the Eiffel Tower. It's just a big thing.
Yeah.
So
Big
the
structure.
the coolest thing about that is that when you're on that giant, they have this thing called elephant glass, right? Where it's like 4-inch like bulletproof glass, and they have it on the floor like of like this like 15-foot section of it. So you go up in that thing, and like you're walking like, oh, that's a cool tour. Then all of a sudden, someone tells you to look down, and the whole floor is glass, and people freak out. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I couldn't deal with that, I don't think.
As tall as you are, you're scared of heights?
No, I'm saying I could handle it if, like, hey, there's a piece of glass over there and it's really thick, and if you want to walk on it, go nuts. But if they're just like, hey, guess what? You're walking on glass now, suckers, I'd fucking hit
Oh, I
someone.
mean, no, I'm saying like they have little signs on the side, but like if if your situational awareness is like good guy out of Walmart, you might walk past the sign. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like as long as you're looking like what I'm saying, like ahead of yourself, you'll obviously see that the next 20 feet of floor is all glass. But like if you're yapping to somebody, just looking at them like in their face and not reading the sign, and all of a sudden you happen to walk.
Oh, speaking of glass floors, have you guys been to the what's that overhang thing on the Grand Canyon?
No, I haven't. But yeah, it's similar to that.
I refuse to pay for looking at the Grand Canyon.
I just I don't know that I could do that.
I lied. It's 1,500.
That's what I'm
feet.
saying. I don't mind standing on something and looking over the side of it. That's not a problem. I can do that all day. But when it comes to standing on a piece of glass for no damn good reason, that just seems like tempting fate. I'm not going to do it.
I lied. It's 1,800. Wikipedia says it's 1,800 feet.
I would stand on a grate before I'd stand on a piece of glass. Well, a grate is metal. I've seen trucks and shit. Dump truck can drive over a grate.
Well, I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing because I agree.
So how tall did you say it was?
1,800 is what's Wikipedia saying.
And how big is Sears Tower?
Hold on, I'll tell you in 2 seconds.
I'm just typing world's tallest shit.
North America. Sears Tower is only 108 floors.
Oh, well, that's like 2 different things.
Size comparison. Let's just
I typed in the world's tallest shit, and I got 1 million results.
Careful
Holy
the
shit,
pictures you
it's the
open.
world's tallest water slide. Holy shit, it's the world's tallest this or that.
Careful some of the pictures you open.
Well, I bet your world's tallest observation deck would be the way to do it. That'd be kind of an interesting thing to do. If you had like one of them tickets to fly anywhere you want, some airline owed you something, or you won some contest or something, you could just fly anywhere. That'd be something to do. Go to all the highest observation decks you can find. Take a picture.
That would be cool. Oh, this doesn't have the names listed underneath it.
I would agree, except I'm scared of freaking heights. Well, not really. Like, I can go up like 3 stories on scaffolding, like a monkey, but you get me up a ladder that tall, my knees will lock up. I don't know why.
If I'm in a building, I'm fine, but like you maybe like look over the edge. Like I don't see why I need to look over the edge. You know what I'm saying? And that makes my knees lock up. Like don't make me look over the edge. I'm fine. I can know how tall I can know how high I am, but
Alright, there's your CN tower. It is number 4 out of the 13. I don't know if they're doing them in some order or something.
oh,
The
this is
CN Towers restaurant is a height of 1,000 feet. It allows visitors to slip into climbing harnesses and walk around the edge. There's also a glass floor, and although this glass is only 2.5 inches thick, it's strong enough to hold 14 hippos, if they could fit in the elevator. So yeah, there's a picture in there, the 4th picture. It's a bunch of screwball idiots that are wearing climbing harnesses, and they're like, look, nylon, we put our 100% trust in 2 little straps. I think it might even be 1 strap of nylon. It's just looped over a little pulley, and we're going to lean backwards to our death. So it's crazy. Crazy. Anyway, 1,108. And then here's Sears Towers, the next one. And I don't know. It says you can see if it doesn't tell you how tall it is. It's pointless. That's why these things are bullshit these days. Oh, here we go. Edgewalk, CN Tower, the ledge. Nope, they still don't tell you how tall it fucking is.
I think the whole thing is like I think the whole thing is like 1,800.
The Sears Tower?
Oh, the Sears Tower? I have no idea.
Yeah. It just says that you can see for 50 miles across 4 states. I would not go into that stupid box, so that's crazy. You can see just fine without being in that box. Cliff Walk in Canada. Dumb.
You know what I had been on though? I went where'd I go? I guess it was north. I went north of Santiago one time when I was in Chile, and we were basically like in between these two mountains, and it was this long bridge. It wasn't a suspension bridge; it was like an arch bridge or whatever. And like we're just sitting on it, so we decided to walk it to like just look over it or whatever. And while we're sitting there like halfway through like looking over the bridge or whatever, this big 18-wheeler like lugging like lumber like comes doing like 50 miles an hour across the bridge, and you can feel the thing shake for like 2 minutes. That was freaky.
Yeah, I've been in buildings where they shook back and forth. There's this one in Japan that's 1,400 feet, so it's like 300 feet bigger than your Canadian one, and you can eat dinner in it, and it's on top of Tokyo. So I think that'd be better.
Up in Virginia, they have a revolving restaurant that looks.
Yeah, I've been in a couple of revolving restaurants like that. They're pretty cool.
But this one overlooks like the whole like DC Mall. It's like right on the other side of the Potomac. It's really cool. It's like $150 a person though.
What's that?
Yeah,
like the Bell Tower in DC, I think it's called. No, crap. It's one of the higher buildings. You go up in this like mosque-looking tower. It's like an old library or something, maybe.
The tallest building in DC is the Washington Monument.
Oh, look at the last page of this thing, number 13. That's the thing you're talking about in Grand Canyon, huh? It's like a big bridge that goes out to nowhere, just like a big horseshoe out into the over mile drop down. Screw that, stupid. I guess it's interesting or whatever, but
it's probably like $48 too.
It's not cheap because it costs $30 million to build.
Now, is it on the res side?
On what?
On the reservation side?
All this shit is on the southeast corner of the Grand Canyon, if I remember right.
I did click on it, and it says Hapapalui Tourism. It looks like an Indian tribe logo, so...
Oh, you're saying the Indian tribe owns the Grand Canyon tourism thing?
Right. If you go to number 13, and on the last paragraph where the actual address is, and it says Grand Canyon Walk, click on that link, and it directs you to... Actually says page not found, but it tells you Halapalai. I can't pronounce it.
Hualapai? I don't know.
Yeah, I want to say that thing is on the res.
Oh, okay.
G-Web, you ever gone over... I know you've done like the... well, it's funny because they call it the Bay Bridge too. So we have two Bay Bridges. We have the one that connects Maryland to Virginia that crosses the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay, and that's the one that has the little islands on it and the tunnels that go between it. You been on that one?
No.
Okay, that one's really cool. That one, so you start off in Maryland, you go underneath the Chesapeake Bay, you come up to a very small man-made island like the size of a rest stop, and you can pull over and park and look at the Chesapeake Bay from there, and then you go back through another tunnel, and you come out the other end of the Chesapeake Bay.
Well, okay, so where is this in, like, this is in D.C.?
No, this is like Eastern Shore, Maryland. Here, let me find you the picture of it.
Well, the only place I've been, the farthest east I've been, just besides the Capitol building, would be Annapolis that time.
Okay.
So I never really drove around there. And then the first time I was there, I had my big truck, and I couldn't go anywhere because stupid everything back there is tiny. So
you can't park
using a regular, driving a regular sized truck around, I might as well have been driving a freaking aircraft carrier. So there was no point going anywhere unless I was going away from town. I could go to like Home Depot or something. They had a normal parking lot, and I could go to like a lame mall. But every time I tried to go to like a local gun shop or something that was in like a regular little mall, or just not a mall but a little strip center, or just on its own, like the parking spaces would be so damn small, and everybody's parked everywhere, like always. What the hell? Nobody has garages, I guess. Everybody just always parks places. So it's like constantly like playing hot potato to try to find a parking place. It seems like, at least compared to what I was used to.
So I don't know if this thing is 23 miles or 12 miles long, but it's nuts. And then we also have the Maryland Bay Bridge, which is like 2/3 of the way up the Bay Bridge, and it basically connects the the butt stock of Maryland with the pistol grip part of Maryland, and that thing is like 3 miles long, and that's all. And you go up really high on that. You get up at least like 300 feet on that one.
So boats go underneath it.
Yeah. Oh, dogs. Like this is one of like the tallest bridges, I think. Like it's probably tall. Yeah. Here,
I've been on some bridges before where I got scared to shit because I was like, "Are you seriously? I'm driving my car up this metal ramp into like heaven or something? Like, what the hell? Like, it's never gonna end." And then you can't see shit. You're just seeing up. You know what I mean? You don't see like the end of it, or you don't see a flat area. You're just looking at like up. And I'm thinking the whole time, where the hell was this even? I can remember the whole time thinking like, what happens if I like lose traction here? I'm screwed. I can't do shit because it was a pretty wicked angle. It was somewhere in like Florida or somewhere. Maybe it was Louisiana or something on the way to Florida. But it's literally scared the shit out of me. I can remember one of those.
The Maryland Bay Bridge, when you go across it, you actually have to keep you should keep all your windows up, because if one is up and the other one's down and you catch a gust of wind and you drive like a really small like Honda Civic like I do, you'll feel it like shift lanes on you. It's ridiculous. Let me see how tall this thing is.
Because you're just in the middle of the air.
It's 4.3 miles long. It's the world's longest continuous overwater steel structure.
Huh. Oh, steel?
Yeah.
Because there's a big long one in Florida. It's like 7 miles long.
Its highest point is 186 feet up in the air, but it feels a lot higher. And like, what is it? Memorial Day? Yeah, Memorial Day. They for Memorial Day weekend, which is like the start of the beach week, because basically in Maryland, like if you want to go to the beach, you got to cross that bridge. So like, it's basically known as the going to the beach bridge. And if you so the start of the beach season, I think the weekend before Memorial Day, what they do is because it's 2 spans. One's 3 lane, the other one's 2 lane. They'll close down the 2 lane one, and they'll let people walk the 4.5 miles. So you get to walk the bridge.
Oh wow.
Just for like a day or something?
Yeah, like they'll do it for a day, for like a Sunday or something stupid. But look, this is the Virginia one with the little islands that I was telling you about. There's some pictures of it. I haven't been on that bridge. Well, those tunnels in a minute. Those are cool though. G-Webs, get ready for a really cool Instagram picture tomorrow. But I know you can outdo me on this picture, so I'll tag you, but don't battle me, because I know you're gonna beat me.
What? Dude, I was just looking at the video on the website for that Indian tribe that has the skywalk. There ain't no damn way I'm going on that skywalk. I almost shit myself watching the video. They got like creepy Indian flute music going, and then they walk out on there with like an old the 2007 era video camera. And even with that shitty reception, I'm like, nope. I could have easily just made a normal, secure thing, a balcony or whatever, and then put like a nice observation hole in the center that you could lean up against and look down the hole. That would have been so much more appealing to me than a giant glass bottom horseshoe. That's crazy. And then when you look at it from the side, there's nothing holding it up. It's just like, oh, we hope it'll stay there. And feel free, walk more and more people out there. Sure, dozens of people. Come walk out here. Who cares?
There's a huge concrete counterweight.
Oh, is that what it is?
Well, the building, it's connected to the building. It's the only way to build out there is a concrete slab.
I'm going to have to see more about it then, because I didn't see that view or whatever.
Well, it's part of the construction. I imagine there's, 2-inch cables are running out to the edges, put with tension on them, you know what I mean?
Well, I can see what you're saying. I just didn't see it from their pictures of it here. They just show it like, yeah, we just made this giant balcony with no support at all. Because it's like from the underside. Trying to figure out where the hell the pictures were I just looked at.
Here's the CN Tower glass floor.
Oh, it's like, that ain't scary. He's just like on top of a sewer grate. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, I guess. But that thing's all curvy. It's like you would just be basically, if that thing shattered and you fell through, it would be like a giant concrete slow slide. So you'd live. You wouldn't even be scared.
Is it slow because there's no water on there and it's not a water slide?
Well, you can see what I'm saying. It's not like it turns into a big ramp at the bottom. It's just slow tapered structure or whatever. So you would just slowly fall over into that concrete and then just slide down to the bottom, glide down to the bottom. You wouldn't even be scared hardly. You'd probably want to go back up and do it again. But I don't know. I wouldn't walk out there anyway. Dumb. See, that's not even all that interesting. It's kind of interesting to see straight down like that, but there's nothing going on down there except like that one road. I'd much rather just look outside and look at the actual city or whatever.
I heard you can see America from there.
You can see freedom from everywhere. Look at, you can see a whole bunch of like videos get recommended at the end. Idiots on cables out there.
Yeah, that's like their edge walk where like they put you in like that nylon strap.
Yeah, that is insane. And that guy goes, leans out over. Fuck that. That is crazy. Nope, I'd want like 4 of those nylon straps. Like, okay, well, there's obviously, you got plenty of them, so what do you care? Give me like 4 of these things. I want 4 different harnesses, 4 nylon strap setups, and I want to be running on every one of those tracks, not just on one track. Like, 1 set running to 2 sets running to each track. And then I want a hand railing.
I feel like I just don't want to go out there.
Yeah, I don't think I would go out there anymore. That's crazy. There's not even a hand railing. And plus they're in those red suits, like no one else has peed or shit into those suits. Yeah, right.
And those suits are baggy too, which means like they can catch like sail wind. You know what I'm saying?
There's no way I'd go out there. That's insane, dude. I can't believe that they let people do this shit. Are you watching this video? They're just standing out there. Do. I'm waiting to die. Like any number of things could happen right now, and I would just die. And I'd have to think about it the whole way down, like, oh, this is a really stupid thing to do, and now I'm going to die because of it. Nice decision. Great. And I still got like 40 floors to drop. It's crazy. And then they show these people, and they're not even looking. They're like, doo-doo-doo. This was a bad decision. Let's get the hell out of here. And look, that one cord ain't doing shit except for them to like hold on to because they don't give them a cane or whatever. So really only being held on by one fucking piece of nylon. Are these Canadians that stupid? Don't have liability up there? I would think that they should have to take a test before going out there.
I told you that.
They don't have any liability because they have a free health care. Like,
Exactly. They got your Canadian healthcare. What do we care if that nylon
like,
works?
oh man, we're gonna fall and break.
Raid. I'm afraid you got free healthcare. What are you worried about?
The free healthcare lowers down the insurance, like the life insurance premiums.
Look at that dipshit on the end there. Oh, I'm just gonna stand out here. Like, oh,
So okay, so
idiots.
I've been asking in the internal chats. Apparently, there are mags or polymer mags. They're by Hera Arms. They're going for $4.99 right now, and they have a windowed version which is $6.99. I will post it in gun channels, but there's not really that much info on it. I tried looking on YouTube for like a review, and there's nothing really on it. But
And then they're peer pressuring them. They're like little communist philosophy or whatever, where your little communist jumpsuit stands out on the edge and lean against the nylon.
G-Web, you should go out
Comrade Nylon will support you.
there. You should go out there and do the ice bucket challenge.
Fuck that. I ain't going anywhere near this. And then this dummy has the camera. He's leaning out even more. And he keeps looking down, asshole.
Whoa, wow,
He
that's
keeps
loud.
pointing down. He points down like, there's where we're going to die when you all nylon gives way.
Oh god, that
Stupid.
makes my pucker. What is this? What is CN Tower?
This is a bunch of idiots, communist indoctrination tower in Canada, where they have to go out and do this like ordeal.
I think it stands for like Canadian Network or something like that. It's like their broadcast tower.
Communist Nazis, communist Nazi tower. This
Oh,
is nuts.
hell.
It's like they're a bunch of like prisoners or something. They're not having fun. There's nobody in this video I'm watching is having fun. They're just doing what they're told, and then I'm sure they're shitting themselves. I'm sure of it.
There's two of them are smiling. The rest of them are terrified.
What does it cost to do this?
That looks like an indoctrination. It looks like you have to do it, or else you don't get healthcare or something.
You don't get your CN Communist Nazi badge.
Exactly. You look at that Mario suit that they're all wearing. If you went there, you should at least steal the suit, and then you can say, like, that's the letter M.
Well, if you just shit yourself, they probably let you keep it.
This guy is... Oh, shit. He sits down on the cable, and then he sticks it like an idiot. What is he going to do? Is he going to, like, share this video with his kids when the thing gives way and he goes plummet into his death?
What
Like,
timestamp are you
sat
on?
back on it. Oh, at 4:50, maybe? Something like that. Oh, then now they make some other girl do it. Yeah, go back, comrade. Comrade Nazi. He's an idiot.
6:30. They're all leaning back.
They make them do it one. Oh, let's go. Oh, what's wrong with these people? They have no more. They live in Canada. They don't care about life anymore. They're like, whatever. I'll do whatever. If it means at the end of this Canadian existence, I'll do it.
Oh my gosh.
do they charge? Do they charge for you to do the walk? Or like,
They make you do this in Canada. Otherwise, you don't prove that you're Canadian enough.
Oh, I wonder if Bob done it.
Oh my
He
god.
hasn't. They make him do it. Otherwise, he doesn't get to. Oh, look at this guy. He's got to be thinking, like, this equipment is made for that little short girl over there. And I'm not that little short girl.
That's a nice view, though.
Yeah,
Of
nice
what?
place to die.
Like that.
Town?
It's not even like a helmet or anything.
It's not
And what
helmet.
happens if, like, this chick passes out? All those other people have to get out of that little stance. So for her to even get into... Oh, she puts her hands out. Idiot.
She starts crying. At 7 minutes, she's crying.
She was telling the guy like, "Don't you better not push me or anything."
This makes no sense to me. This is like an indoctrination. This is it's like
see
putting a rat on the face in 1984.
You see how many recommended videos are for it? It's all the same stuff. Oof.
Ugh, horrible, horrible.
Can you imagine how pissed you would be if you dropped your iPhone over the side?
Dude, I would not go out there. No. I would only stick my head out to mock them all for being a bunch of idiots. There's no way I would do that. It's crazy. We have robots that can do this kind of shit. Why would we want to do it?
Well, we could just use that one idiot's footage for the rest of our lives and just live vicariously through that.
Look at this. This girl's like, I want to go to America. I hate this country. I fucking hate this country. And they're like, you got to stick your feet out and go over the edge, comrade. Give in to the maple syrup.
I wonder how many Canadian virgins you get for this.
What does this prove to make this poor girl like stick herself over the edge and die?
The
She's
experience.
petrified, dude.
And they're like, they probably won't even feel bad when they kill her.
Yeah, I wonder what the last thing is to remind. Her ass.
It's a Canadian population control. They're like, yeah, this is Darwinism at its finest, right?
Seriously. One little thing holding them on. And seriously, it's just that little carabiner that's really holding them on to that pulley.
That carabiner looks pretty big, though. It looks oversized.
Oh, great. There's no such thing as a bubble.
Don't worry, they have that second piece of rope, so if that first carabiner breaks, they could grab onto that rope where the.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna order these mags. They're $5. No one wants to talk about gun channels or gun mags.
I'm not talking about a $5 gun mag.
Dude, they're polymer mags. They're from Hero.
Okay, and we know for a fact that the good ones cost what, like $14, $12, or $12?
They look good. That one guy did a review on it, but then again.
I would not be high-fiving that guy. Be like, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
That just makes me think even less of Canadians. They're stupid.
Ew, the windows in the back? That's gross. You see that, Kisan? That window looks super cheap, too, because it's way too clear. It looks like if you smacked it, it would just shatter. Kisan's not even there. I'm talking trash about his magazines.
I was watching the video again. What was that?
Okay, well, first of all, your window is in a completely stupid location.
Oh yeah, I don't care. I don't care about the window ones. I want the non-window ones. That's just.
Second of all, the window looks super cheap. Looks like if you hit it, it'd break. So what does that say about the polymer? Second of all, it says factory closeout product Gen 1, which means they're probably going to come out with a Gen 2. And
Gen 1.5.
because their Gen 1 are so shitty, which is what you're about to buy.
How much you paying for?
They're
$14.
be $4. They're $4.99 right now. But for me, the window ones don't really care. I don't really care for it because again, it has no marking matrix. If you look at it, there's no like how like the PMAG ones, they're like 15 rounds, 25 rounds. You know.
I feel you.
But there's no like I don't care about the windowed ones. I just showed that one, please.
All my joints are windowed. I don't have a single PMAG that ain't windowed.
Like, it's not like you're gonna look down, like, oh, I have 23.
It doesn't matter, but the fact that I can just say that all of my PMags are windowed makes me
Oh yeah.
2 points cooler than you.
Cool. Extendos.
Extend
You're
those with
gonna get
windows.
extendos. You're gonna trade in all your. You get the 40-round mags. You're obsolete.
I already have some of those too.
You gotta get those.
I got like 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
Every time I go now, I buy a 40 and I buy a 30 with a window.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I haven't got any 40s yet. I have about 20 PMags, like, windowed and non-windowed combined. I probably have about like.
Dude, my Instagram name is 30s on everything.
Yeah, and then I have about I would say about 40 or 50 GI mags, and I ordered another 20. So I got 20 coming in right now, and then we want to get some more of these polymer ones and just keep them as a whatever rainy day fun, I guess.
I'm gonna make my new symbol, or my new Instagram name, the letter X, and then the number 10, and then a $sign.
10 times money.
No, Xtendo.
Sounds like a good Twitter handle.
Better lock that one up quick.
Oh, you're gonna copyright it. Go steal it.
Uh-oh. All right, well, I'm taking this opportunity to get something to drink.
So I today we had a barbecue at my parents' house, and I brought my Smith & Wesson M&P 1522, and I got 2 new shooters to go out. Well, they're 5-year-olds. They're 5 and 7 years old, but my nephew,
They're gonna say no.
my little cousin, they were giddy. I wasted a box of a freaking Federal, whatever, auto match. So that was 225 rounds on them.
Damn, so you can just shoot at your parents' house?
Yeah, my parents have a lot of land out there. We were shooting, like, for them, because with little kids, I set up, like, we have, like, clay, I have, like, just a big old, like, 2x6, and I have, just, like, screws in there, so then, like, they hold, the clay birds, like, the little, just the, whatever, trap
Hang them up
birds,
there.
and we just shoot at them, and they watch them blow up, It's pretty cool, or, like, So we shot all that. Yeah. But yeah, I didn't realize how small they were until like they were holding the gun and like they could barely put like their fingers on like on the pistol grip and the trigger.
I feel you.
Yeah. But my little cousin, he's kind of, I don't know. I guess he's not into like he's always on the like computer and stuff like that. Not really I guess outdoorsy as much. I mean like what I like to do when I was a little kid. Like building forts and doing all that stuff. I was surprised. He was doing really well. He got within the first like 10 rounds. He hit a bird and broke it at like 25 yards. Someone eating like a salad or something?
Sorry.
No. No worries. Mark, how have you been? I haven't seen you in forever.
Eating.
How was your vacation?
I was at my in-laws for 3 weeks.
Here's my, I guess
That's never really a vacation.
Ding, ding, ding.
Here's my little nephew shooting the movie.
That's a MMP-22.
Yeah, that's the one I have.
Those things are awesome. I wish I would have when I was a little kid.
Yeah. Some guy, my sister's boyfriend, which is his real uncle, so I guess I'm whatever, an uncle too. So he was all like, his friend was like, nice Mossberg. I'm like, this isn't a Mossberg. It's a Smith & Wesson. 22.
The Mossberg Jones super cheap was like $3, right?
No, it's like 270.
Yeah, it's super cheap.
And this one's on sale for, was it $369? And now it's the threaded one. So that's the real kicker I wanted. I had one already, and I traded it up during the gun scare. So the only reason why I traded it was it was non-threaded. I could have sworn that that magazine piece on the bottom, I could have sworn it was red, like right here. I thought this, like the one I had, was red, right here.
Didn't some of them have like a red follower or something?
Yeah, this one has a red follower too. But then there's some of them like I could have sworn they were different color coordinated, because the one I had was red. That little like triangle piece right here, the little triangle.
Yeah, I know what you're
piece
saying.
right
I think I've seen
was
those red too.
And then the 10 rounds were like blue. You know what I mean? Like I thought they were different color coordinated to show you how much, like what ones were which.
You gonna put anything on that or screw with it at all?
Not really. It's pretty much the training. This is like the training AR, I guess, the one that I bring out to like people who haven't shot yet. You know what I mean? So pretty much that's gonna be it. I don't know. I think this is gonna be the shit hit the fan. This is my sister's gun. Yeah. Don't not lose with me. I didn't get more mags though. I only have that one mag.
No, you definitely need more mags.
Brownells.
I've been slacking on that.
Do they use the same as the CMM&G conversion?
I think so.
Okay, but if they do, then Brownells makes a really good one.
Okay,
It's their brand.
I want to get a conversion bolt.
Conversion bolt, yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. This one's nice because it's lightweight and everything, so, and it's a fun gun. Oh, man, like, shooting at 200 rounds, like, easily, we gone through it, like, within a blink of an eye, within, like, an hour and a half. And that's when we were still, like, barbecuing and eating and everything still, So... I can only imagine if I had like the slide fire stock, I'd probably go over like 1,000 rounds within a matter of moments. Ooh, $17. Oh yeah, and I have a gift card. Ooh, $15. Ooh.
Well, now we're just listening to him eat cereal or whatever.
Sorry, I thought I had on mute.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
This is got to be the crunchiest watermelon I've had in a while.
It sounds like eating like iceberg lettuce. This is the two that they were. This is the one that was shooting the gun right there at the time, and then this is Dallas, which is my little cousin. He's 7. This guy's 5, turning 6. And they were driving down my parents' gravel road, and they opened the sunroof, and they're like hopping out of it or standing on top of it. Oysters. They went clam digging today.
Well, your folks live out on the coast?
No, my parents live in this live by Mount Rainier, but my sister and her boyfriend went out clam digging so they could bring clams to the barbecue. So they went up in Belfair, Kitsap Peninsula, which is like an hour away from my house. So it's probably about an hour and a half away from my parents.
I wish Instagram told you how you knew people.
What do you mean?
Like, like when you go to the Explore page and it tells you based on people you know. Well, I want to know who knows this person.
Well, what are you looking for? New people out there?
No, it's just like I saw like for example, I'm at the Explore page. I click on it, and it's 63 likes based on people you follow, and this bitch is hot, and I want to know who knows her.
You want to see the mutual? He wants to know who the mutual followers are.
Let me see where the pictures are being taken, man. Let me go creep mode.
Stalker. Stalker mode.
I can't do it. Oh, it's probably private.
$17.99.
Get your stone guy on.
Everybody get your stone guy on. Hey, did you see how nervous I made him when I told him that he wasn't going to be able to play devil's advocate later? He got super nervous.
Over what?
That was a clever legal maneuver you got him in.
Yeah, I did. He was totally for the required training of CCW, and so I let him go on with that for like 10 minutes. I was like, all right, Stone Guy, whatever you do, don't say you're playing devil's advocate later because you mean this. You didn't start off by saying that. And he's like, oh, fuck yeah.
When I go to Brownells, they only have the regular MMP 1522 for $17.99.
Oh, okay. That must be different then.
Must be different. When I select model, it's Smith & Wesson.
See.
Because it doesn't give me. Oh, right here. Never mind. Just kidding.
Find out who the fuck knows this girl. Seriously. And it was at Virginia Beach, so I know it's somebody that I really do know.
Yeah, I think it's cheaper just to buy a Smith & Wesson ones because all the other ones are still like $23. Cheapest. And then the $50 free shipping on $50 or greater. And over here they have it for $13.99. Flat rate shipping. How much is flat rate shipping?
Oh, gee, I like this picture. Oh, I didn't like it.
Link.
I just like it. Did you see the picture of the little girl sleeping in her bed, and like her dad gave her like a big foam cutout of what looks like an AR-15, and she's hugging it like a teddy bear? That was a sweet picture.
Let me see.
It's on Instagram.
Man.
How long before we have to before we have advocates of non-gender specific / firearms couples marriage?
What do you mean?
People are going to want to marry their Glock, the AR-15.
Well, you're going to have to take a class for that.
As long as you know the 3 danger signs of sleeping with your Glock. The 3 rules of safety.
We should apply that rule to Stone Guy's kids, see how you would like it. Like, I don't believe you should be allowed to take your child to shoot unless you take him to a class. I don't care how safe you are.
Excuse me? You tell me how to raise my kids?
Yeah.
You
What are you
need a
gonna
dick.
Gonna tell me that I need to do one for me to carry a gun? Why not? That's funny. I don't know how he would have shown up on my shit.
Who are we talking about?
Somebody that I know showed up on my Explorer, and nobody. And since I have so few followers on my. Oh, actually, I just thought of who would know. Like I couldn't. I only had like 17 or so followers, so I couldn't think of who would know him except for me, my cousin, and she's on my Instagram.
I don't really like how you have to do Instagram on the phone.
Yeah, that blows me. I really wish I could do that because now I find myself like sending pictures from my computer to my email, just so then I can have it on my phone. So yeah, that's whack. Keys punch your dog in the throat.
Dude, I ain't gonna do that.
What?
My dog's snoring. He always snores. Yeah, season tickets.
Possibly. I rarely go, honestly. I don't go when it's too cold. I don't like to go when it's too hot because on the side of the side where I have seats, it's fucking sun beaming.
What are you
And
talking
when
about?
football season tickets. And whenever like a good game comes by, like Dallas, I'll sell that shit because it's worth like 4 times as much. So like if I sell one game, I get half the season for free. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm only paying half price, and then I'll sell like I don't like I'll generally like sell the preseasons for sure. Already done that, and then just whenever like unless I really want to go, unless some chick wants to go, I don't give a shit. It's an investment. I've never really actually paid for them because I always at least break even.
That's cool.
But yeah, that was the day the Washington Post announced that they weren't going to say the name the Redskins in their editorials. So I tried to start a hashtag. It didn't work. I failed. And now I'm only getting one picture, no photos posted. This is whack.
My phone's dead. I don't wanna.
But yeah, I've been planning this picture that I've been thinking about coming out with tomorrow for like 4 or 5 days now. Can't wait. Can't wait. And I know G-Webs is going to respond and just blow me out the water.
So what are you talking about? You like planned it and had people arrive with items necessary for taking the picture, and then
No.
they took it or made a big
No,
arrangement
it's just
for it? I mean,
no. It's just I don't know. Like it's a bag full of shit that I've been too lazy to go dig out, and then have to put it back away. And I haven't been home in the last like 3 days because of orientation and shit. So
you're gonna use your Instagram for guns and gear?
yeah, that's gonna be like my YouTube is my guns and gear. My Facebook has just way too much family. So and of course I'll throw like some sports shit or some shoe shit on there. Like the Instagram like is like me uncensored because it doesn't have my name on it whatsoever. Doesn't have my YouTube page. Doesn't have my Gmail.
It's hooked with your Facebook though.
No, it's not. I didn't link it to my Facebook because I use a totally different email to start it.
Oh, okay.
I'm not finding that girl hiking that AR-15.
No, it's a little girl. It's like she's like 4 years old.
I don't know where that. I can't find that link.
Like, are you on your Instagram?
I am on my Instagram, but I'm on my computer one, so it's like super gay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can't search Instagram really, can you?
No.
You can only search it like
On your computer,
look
it
at
only
the
gives you
person
your
or
home.
something.
on your phone. You could go like back and see what other people like.
Yeah, you have to go back
But
and see
you
what
can
I
do it on
like.
your phone, but you can't do it on the.
Oh, you know what else is lame? Is you can only go back a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you keep scrolling, it'll be like, well, we're done. Fuck you.
Yeah.
This is it.
And the funny thing is, like if you have a rack of people that follow you, or you follow a rack of people, like I have a
Exactly.
friend who has like 500
I know
people.
I'm missing shit.
Yeah, so like I have a friend who like follows 500 people and has 500 followers, and her shit only went back like 17 minutes. I'm like, what are you talking about? So you have to be on your shit like every 20 minutes to see what's popping.
That's why I don't think it'll stick around. And Facebook is the same thing.
Well, no, because you can keep scrolling down Facebook. I can go back like 20 hours.
You
on
can't
Facebook.
search it though. Facebook proved that this kind of thing can work, but it didn't do it right. So there's an opportunity for somebody to come along and do it better.
But that thing,
And they will,
Instagram could
and then
fix
it'll be
pretty
way
easy,
better.
though. I mean, like Instagram could fix that one little thing easy though.
Well, actually, there's another option too that could happen, and I think it'll happen with video games too. Except I don't play video games, so it's just a theory on video games. But you're gonna the way phones work, you're gonna have like a username, and then things like Facebook and Instagram will hook up to your username, if that makes sense. So instead of, you know what I'm saying, like sort of like we're using Gmail addresses now, except that somebody else will come along and do something better, offer something more anonymous or secure or something, and then we'll just hook up to these services like Facebook, like apps. But anyway, like I said, I don't think Facebook will last forever here. Somebody fell asleep.
That's Hunter, my dog. My 9-month-old pit bull.
The Instagram. I texted somebody, so the person who got mad at me for calling it the Instagram, and then like she's like, stop calling it that. I was like, El Instagramo, and she got really pissed. I mean, she didn't get pissed, but she thought it was funny.
What's Insta though? Insta isn't Insta.
Instantánea.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I like Glock porn.
You've been looking at Ralph's account?
Dude,
What's
so
next month? Oh yeah, it's already it's an Ember already, isn't it?
September.
Yeah.
September's next week.
We're gonna do 30 months of Glock pictures in
30
October.
days. You mean 30 days?
Yeah, what did I say?
30
30
months.
That'll be harder. 30 days.
So not this weekend, but next weekend, I have a Glock shoot I'm going to go to. First one ever.
Where's it at?
Bremerton?
Oh god, no, never mind. That's a long ass drive for me.
Yeah, that'd be like a full 5-hour drive for you, right?
It's 2 hours 15 minutes to the stadium. So probably
strip club.
3, because the roads are a little slower going out that way.
So how long does it take you to get where?
To Questfield, or whatever the phrase called, CenturyLink. It's about 2.5.
No, it can't be. It has to be longer than that. What are you?
I-5's 80 miles an hour, bitch.
It's not 80 miles an hour. It's
That's how fast I drive.
Yeah, I'm about to say, because from me to I drove down to the Walmart right there off of I-5, And that took me 2.5 hours from Tacoma, and it was about another like 45 minutes from my house to Seattle. But again, if you're going that fast. Because I think the gun club, where it's at, is about like an hour away from me. So I would have been, what is it, 4 hours? Excuse me, why did I say 5 hours?
I was surprised you posted a picture of a green laser, G-Webs, as much as you hate him.
Yeah, that's what I thought when I seen that.
I don't hate them. I just don't respect them. They're good for like novelty or training or whatever.
That being said,
they're better than red.
that
They're
being
just
said,
not made better.
I only use it for aiming for the little ones with the AR, so.
I don't even remember. Oh no, I do remember. That was 2008. Shooting at a cardboard, like into a cardboard box. That's why it was so bright. I think that's the picture. Is that on the Instagram or the Facebook?
Instagram-o.
See, like, but like, you know what I don't like is like when a lot of like these heavy hitter like Instagrammers like Slick Guns, he's photo repost SPD stress. So I don't know if that's really like as a trademark. I don't
Speed
think
stress or whatever.
I guess so.
Speed stress.
I'm guessing that's not his Instagram picture, and it blows me that he posted it. You know
So
what I'm
there's okay. So you know what Instagram militia is yet?
IG Militia? Yes.
You know what that is yet?
I don't know what that is, but I saw that as one of your tags. I noticed that because I was looking at what you tagged and start getting
this last one. I just started playing with that because I keep forgetting to play with that. So I wanted to see what would happen. So I got 99 views on that one in 5 hours, and it's Sunday night. So that might have something to do with it. But I also tagged it with all that shit because let's look at that one. So going backwards, Rifleholics, I don't know them, but if you click on Rifleholics, that's just everybody that's ever tagged that. But like IG Militia is, I guess it's a person, technically.
No, it's a group.
But it's a group. Well, I mean, but one person must run it because somebody has to do it. But it's basically a group.
Or did you at him?
I don't personally hashtag them because they'll throw up anybody who throws down an American flag and then throws some greasy ass gun on it and takes a picture of it. And I don't feel like being a nag, so I just don't follow them because it bugs me to watch those pictures, and they do it. They fucking repost those all the time. But anyway, that's what it is. They repost pictures. So if somebody wants to just see gun porn, they'll subscribe to one of these things like AK Operator or AK Fanatic or AK Society or Guns of Instagram or whatever these groups are. And then you just watch that hashtag and you see everybody that uses that hashtag. And sometimes it's a channel or somebody moderates it, and sometimes it's just a fucking hashtag like Glock. Like nobody owns just hashtag Glock. Yeah. You know, you'll just see every Glock picture that somebody tags with it. So it's just a way to filter the feed, you know, because this is all just a trickle, a feed. And like you were saying, you'll get somebody who's got so many just fans or whatever that there's no way you can just watch all of what your fans are posting because there's too many of them and it just flows by, so you can tell that I just want to see AK shit or whatever. So anyway, that's what IG Militia is, and that's what I tried fucking with on this one to see if it brought any more likes or hits or whatever the fuck they're called over here.
Yeah, you got 98. Because I remember like when you saw
normally
it. Normally,
I only get about 50 or 60. So
yeah, because I noticed like you were like 2-3 hours in on that picture, like when I liked it, and you were already at like 50 or 60.
Okay, so. And like I say, maybe it's something to do with Sunday night if everybody was bored or it's just time for an AK picture or what, but who knows. I play with Instagram. It's just fun. And I like looking at it more than anything. If I'm waiting for anything,
yeah, it's like
even at the fucking long stoplight or whatever, I can just flip through pictures. So I've got like a bunch of gun stuff. And like I say, I'll just turn them off if they start playing shit I don't like. Or some people that just like post too many pictures of their kids or something if it's like their family feed. So I'll turn that kind of stuff off just because I don't really care about watching people's families. But then I put a bunch of Doberman pictures up, and that's the same thing, just reposts. So when somebody posts a cool Doberman picture, it'll somehow get filtered into one of these conglomerates or whatever they're called, aggregators or whatever the hell it's called. And you get just the cream of the crop, hopefully. So anyway, it's kind of fun. And then, they're brand new, so stuff will go through and everybody will put a picture of a fucking dog with a certain hat on or something, and you'll see different variations of it for like a few days. That kind of stuff will happen. It's kind of neat. The gun stuff is getting kind of lame sometimes though, because there's a whole bunch of it that's just like repost this for some ass giveaway, and you get a leather holster and like keychain and this thing and a bunch of this and a patch, and so then you see that picture like 100 times or 1,000 times because everybody's reposting it to enter the damn contest. That kind of shit gets old pretty quick, and you can't really do nothing about it because even if you don't subscribe to the channels that instigate the shit, everybody else is reposting just to enter, so you end up seeing the shit out of it.
I've noticed that.
So that part of it's kind of lame, and that's why I say that kind of stuff will end because there's neat parts of it, but it's not cool enough. Like I can't just filter AK shit enough. Like there needs to be channels like I can click on, and that's sort of like what Pinterest can do, I think. Except Pinterest is a bunch of girls. But at least on Pinterest, I can go, if I just want to look at AK pictures, I can just look at AK pictures real quick.
There's a bunch of girls and a bunch of hobbyists.
Yeah. Which are girls. Only girls have hobbies.
Word. My dog's super loud.
Oh yeah, this is way better. See, I've never searched by hashtags.
And then here's what I do. I was going to tell you this too. So I'll go to I can't do it on the damn thing. I have to go to my phone. Hold on. So I'm going to go to the Instagram over here. And then see, is this you? Are you Kasan 41?
Yeah, that's me.
So I'll go look at who he's following, right? Yeah. And then that'll give me an idea. Okay, however I got to him, I'll know who it is, and I'll be like, oh, this guy's fucking following DMV2A? Like, fuck that guy. I thought I was already following you. What the fuck?
You're not following me? I see how it is.
Now I am. But
no,
you know
but I have
what I'm
noticed
saying?
that. There were a couple people that I could have swore I was following, and I actually wasn't.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just double-clicked it or something, but I just had to re-click it. But anyway, so that's how I find channels, is I go look at somebody who I think is cool, and then I look at who they're following, and then sometimes that'll lead me to some company or something, and I'll see who they're following, and I don't know. And then I also like follow the channels that are following more people. Like there's a few people that do pull a Hickok, where they're like, oh, I'm here, but I'm not following shit. I'm only here to provide shit, and you're here to follow me. And I usually look for the bigger channels, or the ones that are having more fun participating.
What is it, Machine Gun Mondays? Are you going to post a machine gun?
Is that happening?
Let's do it.
And then I got on the Vines now, so I'm all about the Vines also.
Oh,
so I don't really do shit over there yet.
Just twerk with your Glock in your hand.
Oh shit. Did anybody connect to this San Diego gun graphics place? Oh, I thought it was multicam. I guess it's not. I thought it was a real tight multicam. A cool one is this place in Tucson that does laser etching or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If you're ever looking through mine, they're called Leo Armory. L-E-O, like a lion. And they have like a laser that can cut like really fucking deep into metal with one pass. And it happens really fast. And they'll point their camera at it and like zap a logo out onto a magazine or into the side of an AR receiver or into a coin or something. and those are pretty freaking cool videos because it's like 1 second there's nothing there, and then a second later there's like a little light show, and then the next second there's like a finished product. It's really neat.
Is it laser or plasma?
Laser.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. So as soon as I can get a hold of them and get over there, I'm going to try to get them to do one of our logos on something.
Probably a Trotec laser.
Oh, look, this guy has a
They
hobo.
spent some serious cash
There's a
on it.
hobo coin as well.
Yeah, it's like a Trotec laser. We had this in our shop class.
So what does it say? Dude, thanks for the tag. We should do an IG thing sometime. I'd like to use your YouTube videos that we... What? What's an
He wants
IG thing? Did I get phone text? Did I get Instagram
No.
text?
I mean, that means you're gonna get hearing aids. I told someone that like twice today. I got him. And what was the other one that I used? Oh, so the person who I used that one on, I also got him like 2 weeks ago with the how to make a Kleenex dance one.
What is that one?
Oh, so how do you make a Kleenex dance?
You put some little boogie in it.
Shut the hell up.
Oh.
You give it a little boogie. So I like 2 weeks ago I got somebody with that one, and that one came off of a chat, and then I got them today with the hearing aids. They're like, dude, where are you getting this adult popsicle stick humor from?
So my favorite is what's green and goes 200 miles an hour in reverse.
Green and 200 miles. I have no idea.
I guess it loses with no camera. Sniff in real quick through your nose.
It's not.
That one's not as good. I like the hearing aid one. That one's
It's a
hilarious.
great kid joke, man. It's all good.
And the funny thing was that I actually like texted it to somebody like word for word. So when I said hearing aids, I capitalized all aids. Tomorrow I have like 5 guns to clean. I've been sitting for like 2 weeks. Not one week.
Gasp.
What does do an IG thing sometime mean, do you think?
Probably like,
Instagram.
like hashtag each other.
An Instagram thing.
Okay. As long as it doesn't mean like a giveaway.
You say yes and like, okay, what do you want to give away?
No, but that's why you said that, like.
Like,
Double
great,
that.
let me get 400 other people, and then we'll make people like go run around and fucking do this loop.
But that's why he said he wants to use like your YouTube channel because he wants you to make a video and give him a shout out.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like, oh, go follow this guy on Instagram, so and so, at.
Should I start making more videos again?
It's about time. I was about to cancel my subscription.
I don't blame you. But was it DB that was saying nobody's making videos anymore?
Yeah, nobody is making it. You know what's the most videos I've seen being made lately? Are these goddamn gun companies doing the ice bucket challenge?
Oh, yeah.
Pierre did it. Didn't he just do it just now?
Wayne LaPierre did it.
I seen George Bush do it, and I seen who's the guy that ran against Obama?
Mitt Romney.
Romney.
Yeah.
I like
Seen
the
him do
George
it?
Bush one. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, yes, he
Where
does.
his wife dumps it on him. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty classy.
I'm alright. Check, cause I don't want to get my hair wet. That's what she said. Then what's it called? Charlie Sheen dissed it like everyone. He's like, I'm gonna do the iceberg challenge. Oh wait, this isn't ice water. This is 10 G's. I'm gonna donate money.
Hey, whatever works.
And he's like, cause water doesn't help find a cure, but 10 G's will.
I got a heated discussion with my daughter about it. It's like, okay, where you writing the check? Writing a check? Yeah, this is about donating money. It's not about, ooh, I'm going to dump ice on my head.
But then again, it is also about awareness, because again, before this, like, who actually knew what ALS was. You know what I mean?
It is, but at the
I
same time, like
really wasn't. I
if
played
there
baseball.
wasn't put like this, like if there wasn't likes on Facebook, would people even be doing it?
Yeah. It's
And,
it's just
and
spread.
there's
It
absolutely
went
no.
global. It went global. There's people in like Taiwan doing it. You know what I mean? China and stuff like that. There was a person from like what is it? The Philippines. It's going global.
What kind of picture should I post? It's been long enough. I need to post another picture. I'm trying to do them every 4 hours if I'm awake.
Oh, Chris is in here.
Stop, guys.
Saying about Philippines, like it calls them. It's like Beetlejuice.
What?
I said we were talking about the ice bucket challenge. I said, yeah, there's people doing it in the Philippines, and you popped in.
You don't have like a 15-second short
Nice.
video of like you bursting something off.
That's a very nice coincidence.
Not really, because all that stuff I take off of my phone because it's a big video file, you know. So, plus most of that stuff is off the cameras, so that's just on some hard drive somewhere. I guess I'd have to upload all that hard drive shit to the cloud or something, to where I could grab it.
Yeah, I don't really know how to post those videos on freaking Instagram.
Hey, G-Webs, what do you think of this?
What's a double finger trigger?
Check. Zoom in.
It makes
Oh, okay. So it's an extended. So it's a less.
Well, look at the trigger.
it makes
No,
it
I think
feel
it has
lighter.
something like. Oh, is that what it is? I thought it was some like.
Well,
Pierce
it's
thing.
kind of like grabbing a pry bar and then pulling on something and then grabbing a pry bar that's twice as long. It's just it changes the leverage, so you're not pulling as hard.
So I'm trying to see what advantage that would have. Like, is it
Lighter trigger pull.
lighter trigger pull, so it's better accuracy?
It's going to be longer, but it's lighter. Does that make any sense?
Does double tap?
You know what that'd be good for? If like you know how when you go to like get learn how to drive and the instructor will have like his own steering wheel and everything. This would be like you could have somebody put their own finger on their own trigger, or maybe like riding a tandem bike with your girlfriend. You could like each have your own trigger.
I was the other day. Chris showed it. And I'm like, it was like paintball. You just do that finger move or whatever.
It says, ironically, if two people put their finger on the same trigger, that's the same as a machine gun by some obscure Obama law.
Really?
So you both go to jail.
Wow.
No, could be.
Could be.
Well, I'm just picturing every basic pistol class I've been to. That's what the instructors were helping the rookies do with the trigger pull. Putting their finger in with the other person's to
What's
show
crazy
them.
is that somebody was like, what about doing this? And they're like, all right. And then they're like, let's mock it up. And then somebody was still like, all right. And then somebody was like, so we got all these different things. Oh, and then there's this. And then Century was like, all right. And then they sold it to J&G, and J&G's like, all right. So all those people were like, somebody's going to buy this.
And then they throw in 6 free
A lot
mag.
of confidence.
Yeah, but they're the coffee can ones.
The Korean mag ones.
They're free mags.
So maybe it's just like some drunk Serbian or whatever. It's like, uh-oh, look what happened.
I put
Welded a trigger on a trigger. Or maybe there's somebody there with like a big goofy finger or something, and they were like,
It's
hey,
like-
let's make a big trigger as a joke.
I'm surprised Marco didn't buy it. It's extended trigger.
Why would I do that?
He's all about those extendos.
I have man hands, so I can pull the trigger.
It's only a 20 round extended. I'm all about 30s.
When I see that, I think of the paintball like triggers and where you.
The RTs, where you pull it, when you pull the trigger, it fires, and then when you let go, it fires again.
Yep.
Hey, Yankee.
Ethan,
Hello.
how's it going, man?
I'd be a lot better off if a screw hadn't fallen out of my fucking carry gun.
Ooh.
Which one is that? Which one are you carrying?
Here's what pisses me off. Just yesterday, my son says, "Is this screw out of something of yours?"
Oh, no.
Like, I don't think so. And I was like, he's like, "What should I do with it?" I was like, "I don't know, throw it away." And I didn't really take a good look at it, and now I'm looking back and going, I bet he found it on the couch. I bet it was the screw out of my gun.
What gun is it for?
Dang.
Hold on, is it thrown away like thrown away in the?
Like thrown away in the
city?
garbage. Never see it
But I
again.
mean, oh, all right.
That's needle in the haystack type of shit.
Yeah,
Well, but
it's
I'm
a
just saying,
little
if it was
tiny-
just like in the kitchen garbage, you just go through it and grab it.
No, it's like in the garbage bin out back.
Oh, I'd still dig through there instead of waiting for it to come in the mail. Just take a good magnet.
There's like about a week's worth of rotten watermelon rinds in that thing.
Well, here's what you do: you just leave the garbage can open, and the raccoons will come open everything out and spread it around the yard neatly for you.
Oh, little.
Our raccoons don't get in our garbage; they just eat the cat food. Because I put cat food out back for them, and they just eat the cat food.
Those little bastards tearing my yard apart.
So this is that crazy revolver.
Yeah, the Rhino. Yeah. I sent them an email today. Hopefully they'll get back to me about sending me some screws. I can order them from them, but here's the thing: I can order the screw for $1.85 or something like that. But then it's $10 flat shipping to have it sent to me. So I'm like, you are going to send me
Ooh. Where are they out of? Where's it coming
somewhere
from?
in Ohio. And I'm going to tell them, and I'm going to tell them, I am not accepting you sending it to me fucking UPS ground. I ordered a pair of wooden grips from you guys 8 days ago. You shipped them UPS ground, and it's still not due to get here till Thursday. So it's taken 10 fucking days to get here on UPS ground. I was like, so put them in next day air and mail me some fucking replacement screws. If not, I'm going to trash your fucking product left and right. Because, sometimes when a product
What screw are we talking about?
Huh?
What screw are we talking about?
The screw right on the side plate.
Oh, that's a
You know, there's always like 3 screws that hold the side plate on a revolver. It's the top
Yeah.
side plate.
Did you take it apart?
No, never did take it apart.
So this is just out of the factory, didn't have Loctite or something?
Yeah, I don't think I don't see any hint of Loctite in the threads in this one. So I'm like, I think they probably just missed one of the screws with Loctite.
Because that's something they normally expect you never to open, right? And it's basically put on there for life, right?
I mean, and the thing is, I usually do open it and look at the clockworks and everything, but I didn't on this one. Now I'm having to carry another gun for now, so.
Go back to LCR.
No, I'm carrying my since it's not as hot as it was. I'm carrying my Sig Sauer M11A1.
Huh.
Tac Daddy will be happy. I got 16 rounds of 9mm now. He worries about me so.
What, Tech Lady say
Always-
something about you carrying a revolver or something?
He's always worried about me only having 6 rounds. He just doesn't think it's enough.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Well, he is Tac Daddy, so
Yeah. Which reminds me, I keep meaning to
gotta
look
be
up that comment.
gotta be tactical all the time. I bet you he's probably has he ever done a revolver? I have to look at those videos again.
I don't know. I don't think he's the revolver type.
It's one of those. Okay. Well, good luck trying to find a way to carry a 357 Magnum somehow. Maybe get a Desert Eagle.
A Coonan. You can get a Coonan.
Oh yeah, that too.
Did you get your 12 gauge yet?
No, it should be here Tuesday. So I got that to look forward to Tuesday.
What time for the
My
ball game?
grip Monday, but they're not going to be out on Thursday.
So who's your new FFL person?
I used Tigered Pond for More over in Portland. Whenever you're bringing a long gun in, you should use Portland. That way you don't got to pay sales tax.
What shotgun? What 12 gauge?
Vepr 12.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So do they charge you? Because I don't know. They don't charge you because you have like you're a resident in Washington, or
No, they don't charge you because it's Portland and they don't have sales tax.
There's no sales tax in Oregon.
because even then they were saying that because my FFL says it doesn't matter. Like you still get to use.
Nope, they don't charge you if they're in Oregon. It is up to you on your income taxes to report that you didn't pay sales tax on it, but who's going to do it?
Who's going to be nitpicky?
Legally, every time you drive across the border and buy a candy bar and don't pay sales tax, you're supposed to report it on your taxes if it amounts to more than a certain amount every month.
You mean state line, not border?
Yep.
Oregon gets enough of my money out of income tax. They can kiss my ass.
Yeah, I was just curious.
That's the reason.
It's 8%.
That's the reason we moved over here. Already working over here, but living in Oregon. Oregon was still taking taxes from us at a full rate, even though we didn't work in Oregon. So we're like, fuck it, move to Vancouver since we work over there anyway.
So, who's gonna be your?
I used to live in West Virginia. If you lived in West Virginia and worked in Ohio, Ohio would charge you income taxes, but they charged you at a 1/3 rate if you were working there but didn't live there. And if you lived there but didn't work there, they charged you at a half rate. So they prorate it for different circumstances. Oregon just charges you 100% whether you live there, work there, what. They don't care.
Who's gonna be your?
They got to have enough money coming in to keep the hippies happy.
Did you get the drum mag?
No, I didn't get a drum mag. I do need to get some. You can't legally put anything in it other than a 5-round magazine.
What?
It's not
If
compliant.
you're hunting,
It's not compliant.
How is it not compliant?
then how can you have a police magnum shotgun? It holds more than 5.
Well, Police Magnum shotgun has U.S. parts on it.
And it doesn't have a pistol grip.
Oh, okay. It's a 922, I think.
And
Oh,
it doesn't have a removable magazine.
Yeah.
I thought you were pulling out the hunting claws. Sorry.
No, it just can't. It's
Well, it
Gotta-
is a sporting use class. Same thing.
yeah.
well, replace the grip or the pistol grip or something and then forget the drum mag.
To replace so much, it wouldn't be worth it. So all I do is I just own the mags, don't use them, and if shit ever hit the fan or we were in an emergency situation, I would take my chances on sticking the higher round mags in it.
There you go.
But until then, I've got no need for more than a 5-round mag in it. Oh, when I was looking up the other night, and I even sent a email to an attorney in Oregon that handles Second Amendment cases, and I did all the research I could find online. I emailed a bunch of people that have websites about Second Amendment and the R922R or whatever it's called, and all of them I asked this question. I was like, has there been anyone ever prosecuted and jailed over a 922R violation? None of them can think of anyone that's ever been prosecuted or jailed on a 922R. But they said if you have an FFL or something, they will also use a 922R violation to remove your FFL or to add charges if you commit a crime, but no one has ever been charged simply on a 922. So if you went to the range and stuck a 10-round magazine in your AK that wasn't 922R compliant, you're probably never going to be charged with anything because it'd be almost impossible for them to make that charge stick. Because they said, for one, none of the parts in those guns are usually stamped, so they'd have to prove that they're from overseas.
They can do that easily, though.
Yeah, but they say it's not worth it. And the violation isn't even that grand of a charge.
Well, that's the problem. That's the suck part, is that it's just people don't want to be in violation. You know what I mean? People don't want to be lawbreakers, and if the stupid law exists, people feel obligated to comply.
Yep. Like I say, I'll just keep 5-round mags in it for now, and I'll keep them around in case things ever go bad.
Well, honestly, the thing about those is, and I'm still going to bitch because it's still bullshit, and it's something that people need to know about. But honestly, once you get over 8, then they're just too unwieldy. So you might as well just have a bunch of 8s or something.
Yeah. Yeah, the 10s are a little long. If you've ever seen the 10-round mag for the shotgun, it's a little long.
So which one did you buy, Yankee?
The Vepr 12. There's only one Vepr 12,
Well, did
really.
you buy like the folding stock one or like the fixed stock one?
It's got a folding stock, but it's
There's
got a
3
tiny
Vepr
little
12.
weld on it that holds it open.
Alright.
So you're not going to
They only did that for
weld either.
Huh?
So you're not going to break
What'd
your
you
weld
say?
either? So you're not going to break your weld either?
I'm not going to, even though
Well.
a couple of the guys told me you can. They said that law only applies to importation, that welded stock
Nope.
thing.
No.
But I'm like, I don't care either way. Would never see any reason to fold it anyway. So, 2 of the attorneys I spoke to said, yep, there's plenty of case regulated that would say that the way that law is written, that it would only apply to importation. And they said, and plus, here's the other kicker, 922R. One of the reasons that the 2 of the big attorneys I spoke to, actually all the attorneys pretty much said this, but the 2 big attorneys I spoke to said this too. The guys that I know pretty well and trust. They said 922R will never be prosecuted in a courtroom on its own merit because it is a statute that references a law that no longer exists, so therefore it cannot stand legally. So the first time they try it in the court, it will be stricken. Because
Nice.
all 922R does is it references the assault weapons ban as its reference material and as its base law, and that law is no longer part of our law, so therefore even the statute 922R cannot stand on its own.
So that part's interesting because that's something I found too when I did research. So where did you get? Is that something that you like have a link for or whatever?
No, that was speaking directly mouth to mouth with, well, not mouth to mouth, weren't that intimate, but speaking face to face. 2 attorneys that I know that practice, they do nothing but like self-defense law and liability law, stuff like that.
Well, because that's what
They're
I found
like,
too. Is that when you get into 922, it does. 922 is a part of one thing that cites another thing, which is dependent on a third thing. And once you
doesn't
start
exist
looking at those roots, they don't all even exist. So then I was like, well, what happens when that thing sunsets? But the problem is, I don't agree with the theory that it doesn't apply, because I've done plenty of research as well, and there's that group of people that go, oh no, this only applies to the people who initially manufacture and the people that import. And I don't know where they're coming up with that, because the thing says, the actual wording of 922 or whatever says you shall not possess, or it says like this cannot exist. It doesn't say you can't initially create or anything. It says that this can't be created.
The way they come up with it is because the way laws are written into law and the way laws are recorded on the books, they often have specific regulations because of what type of law they are. And they says the way these laws were written, they only apply primarily to people who transfer, retail, manufacture, or blah. So it's written as you shall not possess or transfer in regards to people that have FFLs, import licenses, etc.
Sure. Well, I agree. And that's whatever the intent or whatever. But like I say, when you read the first words, it's fairly clear that it says shall not exist or whatever. So anyway, that's why I figure it's worth doing any due diligence to make sure that it is in compliance with it, because number one, it can just be used as an additional charge, and then every part that's out of compliance could potentially be a charge. Who knows how they do that? But then it's going that step to show that you're trying to comply. So again, showing due diligence or whatever. So, they can't say, oh, you weren't even aware of it and you just did whatever you felt like. Like, no, you went the extra effort and actually bought stuff and replaced it to try to comply.
Yeah. Oh yeah, if you just
But
got
anyway,
popped
but it is a ridiculous law.
Well, like I think you could be able to just get like a muzzle brake. Just get one of those like American-made muzzle brakes.
Well, I mean, like your magazine often counts as like 3 parts, and then a trigger group's another 3 parts, and by the time you put a few things together, you're getting to where you're pretty close to compliant. You're definitely close enough that if anyone looked, they're going to be like, it's close. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's a complete. What do they call that? It's a in your own head thing. It's not a. It's a personal obligation. It's not a pushed upon regulation really, but anyway, it's just something to be aware of.
Where did you get yours from, Yankee?
Where did I get my what?
Your Vepr 12.
I got it from a little gun shop in Trussville, Alabama.
Oh, the one that we were talking about
Yep.
last time.
Alabama.
Alabama. I used to live in Alabama. I lived in Huntsville, Alabama, which is odd because I bought it from a place in Trussville, but where it originated from, hold on, let me get to my email again. UPS.
Was it a small chain store or something?
How do you spell UPS? Here we go. Okay, I bought it from a little place in Trussville, but it left from Nashville, Tennessee.
That must be a small chain. Their warehouse was there or something.
Yeah, maybe. Or they just bought it from their distributor and had like their distributor holding some, and then they told their distributor to drop ship them. Yeah.
Drop ship.
Sometimes I feel like I always order stuff, and I feel like that's where like the UPS like picks them up, or like the office or something maybe. 'Cause
I'm kind of upset about my Rhino losing the screw because I've got new wood grips for it coming Monday or Tuesday, and I was wanting to carry it with this new wood grips, and I'm going to wait.
Well, with any luck, they have a longer screw with the wood grips because usually wood grips are a little wider.
But this is the plate on it. It's not where the grip's at.
Oh.
It's on the side plate.
I didn't see that part. Oops.
Somebody doesn't watch my videos.
I haven't had the computer on until today.
This weekend. Excuses. You got
I had a house full of frickin' family yesterday, birthday parties. And then today, what did I do today? Oh yeah, nothing.
I don't know if I did anything today or not. I went for a walk, and then we went to Japanese food. And then I wrestled my son to the floor and smacked the bottom of his feet with a spoon because he thought it wouldn't hurt.
That's hilarious.
You know, you have to learn that at one point in your life that the spoon on the bottom of the foot thing. It's not going to hurt.
Do you have any idea how many nerves are in your feet?
I know. I was like, I'm going to teach you a lesson my Uncle Bobby taught me. Yeah. Then I played with the new kitty cat a little bit, which I wanted to name. I'm getting overridden on the kitty cat.
What's going on there? You got a little kitten?
Yeah, got a new kitty. I wanted I said, I don't think we should get a new. Here was the discussion. Do you think we should get a new cat? I was like, no, we shouldn't get a new cat. Oh, our cats are old and about ready to die. I was like, well, when they die, we just won't have cats. We don't need a cat. I was like, and plus, we've got 2 old cats in the house that are irritable. We got a bulldog in the house that doesn't look where she's going and knocks the kids down all the time. So imagine what she'd be like with a little kitten around. And what if she decided to see what he tasted like? I was like, so I don't think it's a safe environment to bring a kitten into. So, of course, everyone else took that to mean, let's get a kitten. So I come home.
Those are just suggestions.
Yeah. And then I wanted
consideration, discounted, and acted upon.
And then we decided what to name it, and I decided on Pussyfoot. Well, actually, at first I wanted to name it Coretta Cat King, but then I was told that's racist, so then I settled on Pussyfoot. And then I got overridden, and its name is now Maisie. Maisie. Maisie.
Go off of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, it's like there's Maisie right there.
Maisie Williams.
There's Maisie.
Because of the fruit.
She's tiny.
Look at those look at those claws.
Yeah, she's itty bitty. I mean, she's itsy bitsy. There's one picture of her. Let's see if I can get another picture. There's another picture of her. There she is, sleeping. She's just tiny. She's black, so she's a little black cat. That's why I was told it would be racist to name her Coretta Cat King.
Well, start cramming her in stuff and taking pictures, because I forgot to do that enough. And this little one was tiny, because they start growing immediately.
Yeah, they do. She's gonna be. She's right now. She fits in my hand. You know, she's that small.
About every month I try to put the cat in the same place so I can get a time lapse of it growing.
Uh-huh.
I forget every once in a while, but I got most of them. You did this to feel more closer to Quark.
No, because me and my cats are just friends.
Oh.
Oh, snap.
On that note, I'm gonna head out. See you guys.
See you later, son.
All right.
I missed all the chats tonight. Was there anything interesting in the chats?
No.
I saw like 5 minutes of one chat, and that was Dano discussing training, I guess.
Well, you wanted to do, should we have mandatory training for ownership of firearms?
Oh. Yeah, I thought we settled that already.
Yeah, I know. I thought we said no.
That's what I said. I'm like, I didn't understand where it came from, but he was just trying to say, you know, we should, even if it's a obvious question, we should still ask it once in a while and defend our positions once in a while so that
That makes
even
sense. 'Cause
obvious.
Fair enough.
Surprised how many times I'll be at the gun shop and somebody will say something like, well, I gotta have mandatory training for these things. And, what? Are you retarded?
Are you crazy? Are you know, that's a slippery slope. I'm sorry. That'll lead to registration. That'll lead to...
Oh, I did do something today. I went on a rant, an anti-police rant or an anti-militarized police rant at Sportsman's Warehouse. So I did do that.
What was the rant?
I was like, well, basically it came down to my main problem with police isn't the machinery. I started off with saying it's the attitude and how they use it. I was like, and it's okay to use force to protect yourself. It's okay to use force to control a situation where you may be in danger, and it's okay for police officers to use force to protect others. It is not okay for them to use overwhelming force and intimidation to remove the risk of disobedience. I was like, and then by the time I kept going, by the end, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. They shouldn't even have the goddamn tools. They shouldn't have ARs and armored vehicles because at no time should a police department be able to overpower their populace that they represent. At no time should the police department have the means and the power to overcome their town. If their town rose up and said, we don't like the police, we want them out, the police should not have the power to stop them by force.
I hear you. Let me play devil's advocate there, though. If there's going to be an element, like a violent element of unlawfulness, the police can have, or shouldn't they be able to have enough to go after that pocket of unlawfulness? Hold on. But then the city should then have, the public should have like freedom to get an overwhelming enough so that the police, even though they have equal weaponry to the citizens, they can't to have equal number.
No, I don't even think the police should have the machinery in their control. I think it should be in control of private citizens and at the use of the police when needed.
Okay, so deputized people come on board and take care of business, so then
I don't know about deputized. I say, the guy who keeps it in his barn has the keys to it and only gives the keys to the sheriff when he needs it. Because if you deputize him, he's now part of the same force that we're fighting against. So I don't really.
Just like the North Hollywood situation where someone had to loan the cops guns.
Because I don't like this whole police force having so much power that if they, like in a town of 5,000 people, the 20-man police force could literally obliterate the entire population with the firepower they have in a matter of minutes.
I hope you're exaggerating with 20 cops for $5,000.
Well, you know what I'm saying. Well, let's see. My hometown is about 6,000 people, and I'd say our entire police department, especially counting reservists, is probably about 35 people.
My town's was what 4,000 there with 5 full-time cops.
How many reservists?
I don't know.
Auxiliary. Yeah.
Didn't matter. They didn't get paid.
Yeah, but they still, when it comes time to choose sides, they got a badge, so they think they're on that side. We don't have auxiliary here. I wanted to join auxiliary here, but they got rid of them all because the union said, nope, that's overtime pay taken away from officers. We want to spend that taxpayer money in overtime pay.
Don't you? Doesn't you just
bureaucratic?
Doesn't the what do they call this? The unions think that cops want to take breaks too?
Well, no, they don't want any overtime pay going to other sources. They want to make sure that every one of their cops gets as much overtime as possible.
It's like, I'm a cop and I don't want, no, you work overtime. It's like, no, I want to take a break. No, you work overtime. The guy can take my place. No, you work overtime.
No, they want to work overtime. They want to.
Yeah,
they don't do shit. On overtime, they usually do reduced duty, and they don't do shit. They just sit around in a squad car for an extra 5 hours and make an extra triple and double time and a half for doing it.
Militarization became popular after the North Hollywood shootout. So that was like.
It didn't really become popular after the North Hollywood shootout so much as it did right after the Gulf War.
Yeah.
I can remember being in high school and the city's petitioning to have M16s in the trunk, and I forget now what was the impetus of that.
Fine.
It'd be in the 80s.
A rifle's not going to give them overwhelming force.
Well, but I mean, that was a big thing. People were like, what do you mean you need a machine gun in your trunk? And all the typical garbage, like you're going to get stolen and costs and all the stuff, which is fine. But I just can't remember what the impetus was of it back then.
Well, one of the guys at Sportsman's Warehouse today was a sheriff's deputy here in Clark County when I was going on my little rant. And he's like, well, what about when we have to go against these drug guys? I mean, these guys got firepower, blah, blah, blah. I was like, how many Clark County officers have been gunned down by drug runners in the last 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? He said, well, it doesn't matter. I was like, it does matter. You don't get to create hypothetical threats to justify overpowering, odds. You don't get to use, hypothetical threats to justify you becoming a power unto yourself, because that's what the anti-gunners try to do all the fucking time to make gun laws. They try to create hypothetical threats to justify, unreasonable behavior, and that's what the police are doing, using hypothetical threats to justify unreasonable behavior.
What ifs can be dangerous. Yep.
So by the end, I was like, fuck them. I don't even want to have the materials. That's the mindset. I was glad that they suspended. They haven't even fired him yet. That cop that was pointing guns at people's face, telling them he will fucking kill them. Yeah. It's always these little short, fat cops too. He's a little short, fat fucker. Did you see the video?
No, I haven't.
It's a little short, fat, bald cop walking up to people standing on the street corner, and journalists and pointing a rifle in their face like, I'll fucking kill you! I'll fucking kill you! I was like, you don't say that as a police officer. And actually it was another cop that had to come over and get him and drag him away. And then when the media said, you're threatening to kill people, what's your name, officer? And he's like, officer, go fuck yourself.
Classy. Stay classy.
Was he really a cop?
Yeah, he was a cop. He was a Ferguson City police officer. And the county sheriff had to come over and get him and drag him away. And when they were doing the investigations into finding out who it was, they ended up having to lay off 5 other officers, too, because things kept popping up. Like, one of them was a white supremacist who was giving, like, hate speeches on the internet. And it was just like... Oh, one of our... Did you see that locally, Mark? About Coos Bay Creek?
Maybe?
Coos Bay Creek is one of the guys on our local forum, and he and I got into it about a year ago, and I called him a fucking racist. And it all started over a shotgun I wouldn't sell him. Because I told him I think he's too fucking unstable to sell a gun to. And he went on a little rant, and I came into one of his other rants, and he didn't like me because I wouldn't sell him the shotgun, and I called him, I said, dude, you're a fucking racist. I'm tired of hearing your racist bullshit. And then he went off about how, oh, it's always people calling us racists that are the bad guys, and they use it as a race card, and blah, blah, blah. So, did a little searching, and I'm like, dude, either you are, or someone that uses your same name from Coos Bay is a racist because you're a member of, like, 3 Stormwatch sites, and, you know, it's easy to find.
Stormwatch or Stormfront?
Yep. And, turns out this week he lured his dad to a cabin out in the woods, shot his dad 7 or 8 times, killed his dad, and then went into the coast and shot at like a dozen other people and killed one of them and shot.
Oh wow! Okay, I only caught about half the story. Okay, now I remember what.
Yeah, and then he blew his own head off with a .44 Magnum as the police showed up. So.
Yay, coward.
And as the police were doing the investigation, they found like white power manifesto stuff in his possession and all kinds of like white manifesto garbage he'd written and claims of being mentally ill. So I'm like, I was right about you all along. I'm glad I didn't sell you a shotgun.
Yeah, you don't want to be. You don't want any part of that.
I hate that if the guy really was mentally ill, I hate that he's lived his life mentally ill and had to resort to that, but he was not a good guy, not even on the forum.
Was it Stormfront or Stormwatch? Because there's a couple of them.
Those white supremacist sites.
Yeah, most popular of them is Stormfront. Mm-hmm. They disguise themselves as a Caucasian sensitivity thing. Like,
I'm always like, dude, if you want to come into a forum and pretend you're not a racist after you say racist shit, don't use the same goddamn screen name with the same information on it on your white supremacist websites as you do on the gun forum. At least create a second screen name, for God's sakes. I have a separate screen name for my Disney stuff.
It's funny, these guys are like, what do you call this? I went there one time, and I saw a bunch of all of them eugenics stuff. It's like, scientific justification for racism. I was like, wow, stay classy. Well, tomorrow I'm going to be looking for, I'm going to experiment on some reloading. Got to take a look at some prices. Let's see if the Cabela's or Bass Pro has Lee loaders.
Ugh, someone goes, Voodoo Donuts are the best in one of my comments. Voodoo Donuts are dry and bland. They're all reputation.
I'm a Dunkin's guy.
We have Voodoo here, and they're famous for making lots of weird donuts. But they used to be a lot better, but lately they're just kind of like mass-produced, dry, and bland.
When you got people waiting around the corner,
I know, for mediocre donuts. I'm like, these are like mediocre donuts. They're going, I know, but I want to go to the place I saw on the news. I'm like, okay.
In what?
I want good donuts. I don't care if they're famous or not. I'd rather go over here to Dot's Donuts where they're fresh and they're good than I would go to the Voodoo where they're stale and bland. I went there not too long ago and got some donuts. We took a friend of ours from out of town because she wanted to go to Voodoo Donuts. We go down there. Luckily, it was like middle of the afternoon on a Tuesday, so the line was only like 15, 20 minutes long, so it wasn't that bad. But the donuts, I was like, wow, if these had just a little bit more flavor, they could be considered sawdust.
Hey,
I think I made some people angry with my hat last night, according to the comments on my latest video.
hey, Beef, do you reload?
Yes.
I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about starting with the Lee loader, just for 30 specials. I'm gonna start with 30 specials.
How much is it?
$27 for the kit.
That's the one that doesn't crimp, right?
It crimps. There's if you turn it around, there's like what you do is after you're done processing the bullet, you turn it around. You actually hammer it in at the there's like a compress end on the die, and that would crimp it. You have to use a hammer. You have to use a dead blow hammer or plastic hammer to crimp it.
Spend some more money, dude. Do it right.
All right, that's another one that's trying to get me to stop. All right.
No. I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm just saying, save up just a little longer and get up something.
All right. Okay.
More,
Then.
a little better. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. So that means I'll start loading in 2016.
Well, until then, just buy ammo. It doesn't save you that much money reloading anyway, unless you really like to do it. You save your brass and reuse it again. It only gets to be really cost effective if you're shoot. I did the math on how much I would have to shoot to make reloading cost effective for me, and it was like easily 3 times as much as I shoot now. So I was like, nah, never mind.
Actually, no. Well, I looked at it when I did my math. I was like, actually, I can make 50 rounds a week for that. For the ammo I'm going to shoot. That because I shoot at least once every 2 weeks. So I'm going to be able to make a batch of ammo just for that week. Using like about a quarter of a price I would to buy, a box of ammo.
No, it ain't gonna cost you a quarter. If you think it's gonna cost you a quarter of the price, you're not right.
Well, it depends on what you're buying.
Yeah. I'm talking quality to quality, comparing quality to quality.
I can make my cowboy loads for 8.5 cents.
And I can buy the cheap stuff off the shelf for not too much more, especially the reloaded stuff.
Well, let me get a calculator real quick.
Because for a pound of powder, well, what? How many rounds can a pound of powder do?
What's $12 for 50? $11.99 for 50.
About 20 bullets.
20 bullets for a pound?
$4.
Depending on how you pack them.
I make them for $4. And then, okay, like my cowboy loads, they're only pushing about 750-ish feet per second, so they're way below.
That's way
book. Yeah. But it's just I'm making power factor, so it's okay. It's about a penny for the powder when you round it around. But it's 1 pound is 7,000 grains, and I use a 3.0. So
if Chris shoots 100 rounds every, what'd you say, 2 weeks?
Every 2 weeks, yep.
100 rounds every 2 weeks, and let's say he saves 10 cents a bullet even. That's $10 he saved. And how many hours did it take you to load that?
Exactly, and how many hours?
How many hours did
your gun
ammo at minimum wage?
And is there insurance on your gun if you sneeze or something? Or yeah. And then tell them about reloading by weight versus mass. Or I mean mass versus volume.
Oh, okay. I can go do an entire day's worth of shooting in an hour and a half. That's 500 rounds.
But I mean, that just has a scoop.
Oh.
I think there's a potential for an issue.
Oh Jesus, yeah, no. You're gonna.
There's a guide.
It's okay. When they're doing it with perfect, and the thing's vibrated, so it's packed consistent every time. They're not just scooping and dumping it in. There's a little more to it than that. And
I thought you put in 6 pinches of powder in each one.
Okay, for my cowboy loads, I get 2,300 rounds out of a pound of powder.
23 rounds.
2,300.
2,300. Yeah, see, there you go. And the pound of powder's what? $25?
Yeah. Well, I don't pay that much for it, but yeah.
Retail. Yeah.
How much is brass a round now?
One time I think it's. I'll look. Give me a second.
For brass,
Yeah.
it's like $25 for like 500. It was like at least from when I went to Amazon.
That's like a quarter, like 20 cents a piece.
Yeah. So for example, 38 special brass. Is
Yeah, but I figured out the cost of the machinery to do it right, my man hours for doing it, because my time is not free. I save a lot of money just buying it off the shelf.
okay. I can get 500 brass for $37.50, or 300 for $24.56. So yeah, or 100 of them for $20. So just depending on So yeah, it's about for 500 casings, and total that I'll probably spend like maybe $60 to make 500 rounds.
Yeah, and I'll spend twice as much and not have any time into reloading and not have any upfront costs for machinery.
It'll take, based on that Lee loader, I've watched all the Lee loader tutorials. I will probably make like 50 rounds in 30 minutes.
357 is 36 cents.
No, never mind. 50 rounds, not 50 rounds for about an hour.
Have you guys seen the Lee loader that he's talking about?
No, and I think he's full.
Do you owe it to him to show him a link, Chris? Because are you guys thinking of a press on a table?
I'm thinking of a single stage, yeah.
No.
Never mind. It's okay. I'm exaggerating, but I can probably speed it up and get as many rounds as I can. So
this is a little disc wafer thing that looks like it's like the shape of it's like what do they call the holder on a press?
Case holder.
Yeah, it looks kind of like a case holder, and then sort of like a die, and then a plastic scoop, which looks like a plastic scoop, and then a metal rod.
Here you
and
go.
Then you use a hard surface and a hammer, and then you use the link there.
Chris.
Yes.
If I ever meet you, I'm going to slap you. Do not buy that. That is no.
I gotta see what I'm looking at here.
I don't care if I gotta loan you the money to buy it. Do it right.
I don't know what he's looking at.
That's why I said you need to look at this to know what he's talking about.
No, they ought to call that the gun exploder.
Okay, I agree. That'll be fine.
Well, you know what this would be cool for? This would be cool for a revolver, for like putting rubber bullets in, so you could just shoot primers in your basement.
Yeah,
it would. It'd be awesome.
Actually, that's perfect.
Or wax bullets, how you just shove them into a piece of wax with a primer.
Chris, if you do this, I recommend you go below book on the loading data, because you're not sizing anything, so you want to make the charge lower than book so it won't expand. Otherwise, you'll never get them in your gun, because there's no sizing.
Well, I just follow the instructions.
No, but do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, just lower the powder charge.
Yes.
Like when I was telling you how the of the case is going to expand to your chamber all the time. You don't want to do that violently. You want it to like barely ever push.
Don't try to stop him. Let him do it, and then we won't have to call him Ewok anymore. We can just call him Old One Eye after a little.
I don't want to talk about it.
How'd you? Gosh dang it.
Okay, what minimalist? Okay, Beef. What's the minimalist you recommend? Without me spending more than $100 on equipment.
You can't do it for under 100.
Ah, fuck it.
Well, oh well. Okay, you can't do it right for under 100.
I know you have to these super high quality what do they call this what do they call the scales, and then have to get the.
We're not talking high quality.
No.
We're talking adequate. There's a difference between the definitions between high quality and adequate.
Let me look up RCBS. The RCBS makes a basic kit for the beginner, and it comes with a scale. It comes with you have to buy dies, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And I want to say it's under 200. I'm looking for it now, and I'm having issues. This being said, I've never used it, so I'm not coming from experience, but because I jumped right into the Dylan.
So what if someone wanted to start reloading and they said, okay, I am clumsy, uncoordinated, and have ADD, but I want to reload, so I need the machine that's going to be, idiot proof. Which machine would you recommend for them?
Idiot proof?
Yeah.
Well, none of them are.
I would tell you to buy a Dylan, and then I would help you set it up. We'd do just one caliber, and all you'd have to do is make sure there's primers in the thing, and make sure there's powder in it. Because once it's set up, I'm 12,000 rounds in. I've never had one problem. I still check every 100 or so to make sure that it's just for my sanity purposes to make sure the powder's right.
Mm-hmm.
I check about 1 in 100, but it doesn't.
So you don't have to adjust nothing. You can literally just sit there pulling the hammer handle.
Yeah. Once you set it up, you just go.
Okay.
So how much does that machine cost?
That's why people pay for that, though. Then
I'm
probably $4,000 by the time you're all done.
Oh no. I think I have 11 in mine.
Ooh.
Oh really? That's all for 100%. I mean, I knew that they have
That's
what is it called when they're on a thing?
It's a turret. Yeah, it's a progressive. Yeah.
But I mean, I grew up with progressives, and you still had to fiddle with each thing. Like, you'd want to push this or poke that or whatever. I can remember you couldn't just not pay attention, is what I'm getting at.
Oh no, you still have to pay attention.
And then you always had to flip that one thing over. I guess I'm thinking of the shotgun one. But you'd always have to be monitoring it, poking it. You have to flip something, and you have to make sure the primer went in. So if you don't pay attention, you're going to get the primer thing will stop sending primers down, and
right.
So anyway,
but
are you saying this was in the 80s, I guess? So would they be more reliable now, or more?
There's an alarm on the primers when it runs out, and if you don't hear the clanking of the brass up in the case feeder, it's needs some. So you're just listening.
Link me the kind of press you're talking about here, so I can take a look at one. Or give me.
So you're familiar with the press, right? Like a regular press?
Yeah.
So normally you would do things in batches. So you're gonna do one you're gonna deprime it. So you do that. You set it all up to deprime, and you do that 100 times, and then you set it up to resize. So it's gonna smush them back into shape. You do that a bunch of times, and then you might take them off of the press and go over to your thing that measures and resizes them so that you cut them back down to the right case length, and then you go and you measure them all. And then these are the little processes that you do for those 100 rounds. When you got a progressive, it's all different because now you just have a big hopper full of all the components, and every time you pull the handle, the first one will start, and then a piece of brass comes down and it gets deprimed or whatever, and then the primer gets stuck in, and then the powder gets dropped, and then the bullet gets put in, and then it gets crimped, and then it falls out the other side. So you're doing all those things in one machine.
Right. Basically, all you do is you pull the handle down, you push it back up, you set a bullet on the case. You pull the handle down, you push it back up, you set a bullet on the case. And when you hear the alarm go off for the primer tray, you add more primers. So, I mean, that's 100. It holds 100, so you're only stopping every 100. The case feeder holds about 50 or so, or it'll start jamming up on itself. It'll be too heavy.
Mm-hmm.
So I just got a little Tupperware container with my inspected brass. I'll just dump a little bit in and set it back down and keep going.
So how many can you load like in an hour?
If I have all my primer tubes set up and ready to go, it takes a little bit of prep, but I can push 800 or so an hour. But that's about a half an hour prep.
Yeah.
I'll fill the primer tube, and then I have 4 more tubes that I can pre-stage primers already in tubes. So all I have to do is pull a little pin in it, refills the chute.
I'm looking at a SDB and a RL550. What's the difference?
I don't know.
Okay, so it's not. I mean,
I'm looking for mine right now. Sorry, I got distracted listening to what you're saying.
Well, I was just thinking that there's got to be a couple of different versions, Yankee, but for the most part, when you go to Dillon, they've got like 3 different models there that you start choosing from options.
Yeah, I've seen things that run everywhere from 3 something to 1700. So like, which one is the?
Well, and that's the thing. I think that some of them are for rifle, right, and some of them are for pistol, or does that matter?
Like the one I just sent a link to, it's the Dillon 650. It'll do a couple hundred calibers.
That's a YouTube video.
Yes, it is. But it gives an example of what they're doing, so I can explain it.
Holy mackerel.
But like I said, once it's set up, all you have to do is fill the primer tray, put casings in the top, and then put a bullet on the casing as they go around.
Yeah, and that's not that big.
Well, I can start a business with this thing.
Some people do.
I know. That's probably what a lot of people in my gun show is using. I buy reloads from gun shows.
Back to where I was looking.
$20 for 100 rounds.
This one looks like it can do 5 different stages. So, are some of them?
Yeah, there's 5. The first stage outside sizes and deprimes. The second stage adds a primer, and then it bevels or not bevels.
Funnels the lip.
Opens up the casing so you can set a bullet in it, whatever that's called. I didn't sleep real well, so my brain isn't working right. And it also adds the powder. The next stage is optional, but there is a powder check or powder alarm, however you want to say it.
Oh, that's right. A little finger that goes down and tells you if there's powder in there or not.
Right, and it'll squeal at you if it's overcharged or undercharged.
Yeah, and after you get to about the minute and the 20 mark, the guy shuts up and just sits there doing what you do with the Dillon.
Yeah, I'm watching him. He's just sitting bullets on it, pulling the crank, sitting bullets on it, pulling the crank.
When I was a little kid, I've probably said this in chats before, if I wanted to go shooting that weekend, that means I had to sit here doing this. So I would sit there listening to the radio doing this. So it had to be foolproof enough that they allow a kid, whatever I was, junior high or whatever, doing it unsupervised. So it couldn't have been rocket science or anything.
So now if I decided, okay, this week I want to do 38 special and next week I want to do 45, how much does it cost to get a new set of dies and how much?
Well, here's the thing. So it depends. So you will end up, if you really do it, you'll end up just having more than one machine and having like one be your rifle one and one be your pistol one, and then you'll be like, well, I'm sick of switching them out. So you'll have like one be your 9mm one and one be your 357 one.
Okay, go to 50 seconds.
50 seconds? I'm already at 2.5 minutes.
Okay, so let me go up to 2.5 then.
Well, basically, you just have to switch out those little guys.
Okay, there's
so
there's
on the
little
shelf,
two-
all those like things he's got on the shelf, those little boxes. Those are dies. So that's the set of 5 little
Okay,
silver things that you screw in there.
stop at 246.
246. I'm already at 250. Hold on.
Okay, well I'm just
Okay, I'm stopped at 240.
okay. See that little black pin? There's one of those on each side. You pull that, and that tool head slides off.
Okay.
You're gonna set
Oh,
that down.
snap.
You're gonna,
So you just can leave it all
you're
set
gonna
up for a caliber?
exactly. So you grab a
Oh.
different tool head, you slide it in, and you put the pins back in it.
Oh, they didn't have that when I was a kid.
And then
Okay, so how much does each one of those tool heads and die sets cost?
the tool
Yeah,
head
nothing.
is about $25 to $27. I can't remember. I'm guessing. The die
You can
sets
buy
are
these things used.
around 65. I'm
Oh.
quoting new.
I
The
might start
powder
reloading-
the
I might
powder
start
charge
reloading.
is 75.
I
I'm
figure
getting,
it's
at that stage, I'm getting to that stage where I can't buy any more guns because I can't find guns I want anymore that I don't already have. So I'm like, I gotta find something to do.
Oh
Yeah.
my God! We just
and it's
keep it-
good to have for shit that's the fan. I mean, it's nice to have the ability to load if you had to.
And now this video is deceiving. I haven't heard of a bullet feeder. I just noticed that, but that's what the video says. They're not that reliable, so don't.
Just put the bullets on by hand. What you're saying?
Yes. So basically, where the where that little black pin is, the slot to the left,
Mm-hmm.
that's where your bullet check is. The next one that he has empty is I recommend Dylan Dice. He doesn't have Dylan Dice. He's got RCBS. In that 4th spot, that's where the bullet pushes down to the correct height, and then the last one is the crimp. He's his in the 5th position on this one he's showing does both the push down and the crimp. When you're going fast, sometimes that's not as reliable. So you want, especially in pistol ammunition, you want that doesn't have like 9mm and 45. It
won't feed if you get sloppy. Yeah.
Well, sometimes a bullet could get not pushed down far enough and then crimped correctly. There's just too much because it's trying to do 2 things. It's pinching the brass on the thing and pushing it down at the same time. So stuff could get jammed up. I've heard horror stories.
There, that link is what, Chris, you need to buy all this stuff.
Oh my God, that's $1,127.
Oh,
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
gotta go long shark.
You want something that's dummy proof.
Yeah.
Once it's set up, all you have to do is go.
Look at that video I put up there. That's all those machines except running off of robots. So robots are doing the arm pulling.
Oh yeah.
And
They
they
got
just
pneumatic
set
arms.
them up. Yeah, they just set them up and stand back and watch them happen.
Yep.
It might be worth investing $1,000 just to have it. Just to be able
Definitely. Because you can swap all the stuff out and do everything from like 25 to, well, until
Oh.
your bullets won't fit in the
That's a
little case
1050.
anymore.
That's freaking cool.
Oh, that wasn't very long. It was only a minute. That's awesome, though. I'd love to have like
Yeah,
6
no,
or 8
those-
little robots making bullets for me.
Those are 1050s.
I'm of a mindset though. If you have enough robots, you don't need bullets.
Oh.
Robots to kill with their bare claws, and you don't need bullets.
Yeah, but you still want the enjoyment of being able to shoot at stuff.
Yeah, I might get into this just for the sake of it after I save up a little money.
It's just a skill to have. It's worth having. And if
All
your
right.
kids get into shooting, then way easier to
Yeah.
shoot.
Good guy. I'm trying. Where did the link go? Dang it. Here is a link for. It's cheap, and I am probably got 20,000 casings through mine, and it still hasn't killed itself. Basically,
Cheap is very relative to different people. So.
$75, but it gives you.
Oh yeah, I know that. I'm thinking about getting one of those. Yeah, I'm gonna get a.
It comes with the media. It comes with the polish,
Yeah,
the tumbler, and the bucket. I'm still
Yeah.
using that setup.
yeah.
Because
I don't
there's
mind
tumblers
doing
out
that.
there over $300 that aren't much bigger than that.
I know. I'm thinking about getting a tumbler. I mean, that's a $75, but I can remove my media, the media myself, so I don't know how to do that. So.
No, but it comes with the bucket, and the machine itself is like 63, so you're paying what, $15 more for the media and the bucket.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't. You're tumbling in that little vibrator, Chris. The little
I know
bucket
that.
thing.
I know.
Okay.
The bucket is the best separator. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a separator.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess
Because
the
you and
press
Chris
is
was
off.
talking about getting one of those separators, but then tumbling in it, weren't you?
No. I'm thinking.
I thought you were
I know
saying-
the separate. I know the separate. I've been doing my research.
Oh, so the press
No,
itself.
but I
is
thought
not-
you were saying you wanted to do your tumbling by hand.
Well, see, that's misleading because it said $1,100 and something, but when I click on just buying the press with no die changes, it only says like $600.
Right, but you want the case feeder.
Where's the case feeder? Where's
Well, that's they sucker you. That's the initial thing. The thing that sits on your counter is the one thing, but then all those little attachments are extras.
Yeah.
So that's as shown. It was $1,100 with all the
You want
attachments. and
you want
gizmos.
the little stand it goes on. You want the bullet, the little tray that you set your bullets in. You want the case feeder. You're gonna want a parts kit, which is like $70. It comes with one conversion kit, which is the little tray holder on the bottom, and the little plastic tabs that feed the casings into the slot and all that stuff. And you have to buy dies. Oh, it also comes with one tool head, so you have to buy dies and the such.
Okay. But it looks like for $1,000 I can get a pretty good setup.
Yeah, and the new ones are better than mine. There's less tinkering. It's quite. But now, if you take a step down, it's called the 550. It's a 4-slot tool head, so it doesn't have the powder check, and you have to index the rack every time.
I don't know what that means. So.
The little plate underneath spins.
Mm-hmm.
That spins on the 650. Every time you pull the handle on the stroke down, it turns itself.
Oh, so I have to turn the little knob.
On the 550, yes. Now they make one called the Square Deal that is reasonable. If say you just want to do 9mm, it's perfect.
I would like to be able to do 9mm, 45, and I don't know. I'm probably going to have to do at least one rifle caliber.
Well, like
Yeah,
the
do
Square Deal
223 and 308.
is totally proprietary.
Probably 308, maybe probably 308 is probably what I'd say.
Now you going for precision or bulk on the rifle?
Probably more bulk.
Okay. Because once you get into the bigger powder throws, the
I just want accuracy out to like 100 yards.
the precision of the powder throw is modified a little bit, or not modified. The precision of it or accuracy of it gets worse. So, like at pistol calibers, there's a standard deviation of 0.1, which isn't a problem. But when you get up into a little higher, it's like 0.2 or 3. Because the volume increases of the little tube that's getting filled. If that makes any sense. I'm still looking for the RCBS thing for you. Good guy.
I am right now. I'm just assembling my my beginner's kit here. So just a second here. I have 2 already stuff on the side right there that I've seen.
These are all 300, 300, 300.
Oh, I can get a shotgun loading machine.
Here we go, 170.
The shotgun loading ones are expensive.
No, they're not. I just give $50 for one used.
This one's
Yeah, I said I think I
done.
got everything needed for shotgun 12 gauge for $75.
This one right here says the Dillon SL 900.
Oh, well, no.
Well, no,
That's,
I bought it used at a gun show, but I'm saying you can get the whole kit for not very much.
Why is this one so expensive? What's this thing do? Does it give you
It's a Dillon.
or something?
Anything from Dillon is super expensive.
Let's see. What scale do you use that's, what scale would you recommend that's not going to kill me?
I just found the thing that I would recommend you get, and I'm trying to find a website that has it for sale. It's $180, And it comes with a manual, it comes with your primer tray, it comes with a powder funnel, it comes with a scale, it comes with a chamfer kit for, you see you get a little burr and nick on your rim of your casing, you can take the edge off of it.
After all this, I still had to build a friggin' table.
You don't need a table. You just run a couple screws through it. Where are we at? Hangouts. Paste. There you go, Bubba. You can find it cheaper, but that'll get you a press.
Oh wow! I'm just actually looking at stuff like that earlier. I actually pieced it out. That exact it's RCBS, but the one I'm looking at is stuff from Lee, and the one I'm stuff here.
There you go.
Okay, see here. These are the 3 links I have for now. So this one is let's see. This one is 26, and
well, I recommend the kit because they're knocking percentages off of all of it because it's all together. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, just let's see.
Where'd the link go? Dang it.
The Midway US one's like, what do they have? Okay,
It comes with a bullet tray. It comes with your case lube. It comes with the scale. Scale's $100. You know what I'm saying?
No. I can get a scale like that from Lee for a little bit more cheaper.
And I really, really recommend at least an O style press. That Lee one you just posted. That is, it can flex. An O style cannot flex. Does that make sense?
Did you listen to the other chats that Chris has been in?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Well, the other day, but I couldn't get a word in edgewise.
Okay.
It's not like we're all getting paid by the place. We just have all reloaded and wasted money.
Well, I've seen or talked to so many people that have wasted money on, I'm just gonna tip my toe in the water for $300 or whatever, and then they end up, this is slow and it fucking sucks. I'm gonna spend $1,000, and there's like, why didn't I do that in the damn first place?
Well, okay, whatever, it's fine.
But no, I'm not trying to talk you into the Dylan because I know you're on a budget.
Yeah.
No, we're telling you to buy that $300 stuff from that guy used when he goes to his $1,000 thing, because everybody's jumping in at different times. So.
Oh yeah, now I got.
Fine.
Oh, you know a guy that's turning his stuff?
No, but he lives next to Phoenix, dude. Seriously, I have never been to a show where there isn't somebody just selling off all of their stuff for in a kit. Better than that kit, because that kit is like everything that they figure the general reloader needs. But I like buying my kits, used off of somebody, because now you got everything. They're going to throw you their primer, their brass, their tools, the thing they didn't realize they needed till they went out and bought one.
Couple of sets of dies, because they're going to upgrade to the good ones. Yep.
Because they're either getting out of it or they're going to Dylan, and they don't need any of this crap anymore.
The only thing that converts over to Dylan's.
Like quantity auto lock and load any good?
I believe so, yeah. There's a lot of
pretty good price.
If I remember right, they are a little quirky, but you got to pay more attention.
Yep. They got those on sale from $789 to $402.
But everybody I know that has red equipment wants blue equipment.
Yeah. Probably why it's on sale.
It's not bad stuff though.
I thought Hornady was orange.
Oh, that was red. Maybe
Hornady is orange, Lee is red.
My bad.
It's orangish red.
But I like my green stuff. I know that Lee's I know Dylan's can do way faster stuff, but
well, the thing was, at the time I got mine, I just happened to have the cash, and I just did it. And I didn't.
I can guarantee if I had one of them blue ones and it was already here and I didn't think about buying it, because that's the other thing. Once you buy it, who cares how much it ends up costing? Now you got it, you can use it.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably start shooting the shit more, because that's definitely cheaper when you're sitting in a chat like this, doing what? How many rounds do you guys get done in the chat? 500, 600 rounds?
Well, if you're, because I have to mute every time. I have been reloading when I was talking. You have to stop, and it's kind of a pain in the butt. But so you slow down considerably. But yeah, it's still just sitting there.
You know what?
So-
Fuck it. I have about $200 I can blow right now. I'll probably go to Cabela's tomorrow and see what they got for $200. And you know.
I'm sure they have that
But dude,
RCS
seriously, so
there.
frustrating when you're gonna talk about. I mean, I know how much you want to save money. Go to a gun show and buy this. Let somebody else get the depreciation. You know what I'm saying? Get it used
Check
from
your-
somebody. The reloading
check your
stuff doesn't get
Craigslist.
broke. I mean, it might fall off a table and get cracked, but for the most part, people are selling this stuff because they're going up or they're getting out. They're not selling it because the stuff's broke. So
All right. I'll wait. I'll see what I can do. Yeah.
I'm just. I mean, if
Check
you can spend that
Craigslist.
$200 and get like $400 worth of stuff, I'd much rather see you do that than pay full retail. Just so that when you have to eat all that depreciation.
Yeah, but,
Yeah.
One of the guys I shoot cowboy with just picked up a 550, Dylan 550 with 3 sets of dies and bells and whistles for $350.
You know where to look too? Is at ranges. Go to a couple of ranges and look at their bulletin boards.
Oh yeah,
They'll
you'll see them
have-
posted.
Yep. And
I'm
what you'll find is I can hook you up with a guy I know who does the shows, and he paints houses for a living, and on the weekends he buys and sells reloading stuff at shows. So he buys like people out, and then he sells little pieces here and there. He trades.
I'm going to the Crossroads of the West on the 6th.
I wouldn't
And
be
so-
surprised if you haven't seen Don before too, because goes to a lot of the Phoenix shows.
Yeah. I'm going to Crossroads of the West in a couple of weeks here. So yeah, I'm gonna. I'm like I said, I have $200 I can blow. I'll go over there.
Yeah, the only thing I'm gonna highly, highly, highly recommend is if you're gonna go single stage press, get a C style, or not. I'm sorry, an O style,
O style, you said, yeah.
and not a C, an O, because when you pull the handle, when you're doing your final crimp, it will flex.
Well, it's the sizing too, and I can remember so many of those damn lead bullets shearing when the thing would move over.
If I can get a good.
Yeah.
If I can get enough kit, I can probably reload 357 Magnum too. So
Of
get at
course.
least one die for that.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same die.
Oh, they use the same die?
As a 357 and 38, it's the same die.
Okay.
You just,
Oh,
it's an eighth of an inch shorter is all.
All right, I can probably just use that then.
Oh, you're also gonna need calipers.
I know. Oh yeah. I can get that from freaking Ace.
They're like, you can get the Franklin Arsenal ones for like $8.
Oh yeah. I know. So what do I compare it with then? Like
Compare what with?
like how do I the calipers for it? Just to make sure that I got a chart or something like that, or
Oh, in the reloading manuals.
okay.
Like this kit here comes with one. It'll tell you the overall length.
Are you a digital or analog caliper?
Me, I use a case gauge. I don't have a set of calipers.
Oh, okay.
It's a little metal thing. You just throw the bullet in. If it sticks out the bottom, it's too long. Or if the
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Daniel had one of them too. I'd never seen one of those either. I'd definitely get one if I was reloading.
Well, the only reason I do is because I shoot Glocks, and the chambers aren't supported all the way back. So it's the only way to prove that you, like especially in 9mm, because they're so short. When you pull the handle down all the way, it doesn't size the whole thing. You miss about an eighth of an inch, and if it's bolts too much, it won't go in. So if that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
the
I
thing-
Never thought about that because when I was a kid, we didn't shoot pussy 9mm ever. I was always reloading 45 and Colts and
45 is the same. Does the same thing. It'll still bulge too much at the bottom because it is a pretty short case.
I hear you. Yeah,
But what I do is I got a dowel with the center of it drilled out. So I've only had to do it once so far, but the case wouldn't fit. So I just set it on the table and I tapped the dowel, the center drilled out, so I couldn't hit the primer if I had tried, and then just forced it into the sizing gauge, and then it was fine. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's funny. Amazon. What do you call this? Amazon sells bullet casings, but never bullets.
Yeah. No, the way I look at reloading, I don't factor in how much the press costs, because once you got it, you're going to keep it forever unless you get bored and you sell it. So I don't factor that into it. I factor in like case lube, and which you don't have to have on pistols, but I do it anyway because it's easier on the dies.
How do you apply the case lube? Just
You know the Shamrow regs?
Wipe it on there.
just wipe it in there. Okay.
You know the chamois regs? It's about the size of a handkerchief. I'll throw 30 casings out on it, and I'll spray across it once, and then I'll wad it up, and then kind of.
It's just like putting cooking spray on a pan first before you start cooking eggs.
Basically, yeah. You know, just spread it around in that reg, and then wipe off any excess, and lube the other side. It doesn't take much. Now, any bottlenecked casings, you have to lube.
Oh yeah. I'm thinking about probably the last and probably most complicated thing I'm gonna reload the 7.62 by 39.
You have brass?
That's when I plan to do it slowly. I'm gonna buy I'm gonna see if I can buy. Let me see if there's 7.62 by 39 brass that you can buy separately.
It's expensive.
You can.
It is expensive because there's not a big demand for it because there's so much steel available.
Now, there's some calibers I will continue to just stock up, and others I will reload.
Oh yeah, it is slightly more expensive. For 100 it's $38.
Oh, and here's the other kicker. Buy in thousands or 500. Everything. Because it's almost a third less on some cases.
Yeah. Well, here's what I think about when it comes to 7.2 by 39. I'm gonna slowly stock up on the brass ones because for every I can buy like a couple of boxes and then I'll splurge a little bit more on what do you call this, American Eagle for like $12 a box of brass 7.62 by 39. And once I've built up enough, I can have at least 500 rounds. I can reload as much as I can, as much as possible. Separate from my steel. And so that way I have, I don't have to buy as much steel because I have reloadable 7.62 by 39.
Yeah, that's the one caliber I don't think I'll touch unless the steel stuff runs out.
If I could just reload 9mm, 45 ACP, and 308, I think I'll be set. Oh, and 357 Magnum 38 Special. Did I say that already?
No, you haven't.
No. But for me, 38, 357, and 44 were the funnest to load for because you can, for me at least, you can have so much fun playing with them.
Mm-hmm.
Taking them to the range, shooting the revolver. And then you've seen guys with those boxes, like those giant egg crate, type of things, boxes of ammo that are for reloading, where you can, you'll have like 10 rounds reloaded with this powder charge, and then another 10 rounds reloaded with a different powder charge, and so on and so on. So you can have in that one box like 6 different powder charges or something, and then, it's different than going to the range and just shooting a box of ammo. When you're shooting every couple of cylinders is a different powder charge. You get to feel that, and since you built them, this when I crimped them, they did this, and when I didn't crimp them, they did this. It's so much fun to tune it in and figure out what your gun likes, and then, well, we talked about this before. You figure out what your gun likes, you do that a few times, and then you figure out your store doesn't sell it anymore, and you get to do that all over again and figure out with the shit you can buy now what your gun likes.
Yeah, 38 Special is also like one of the easiest one to do. And yeah, you get the one die that'll fit both rounds. You know, I don't shoot. There's also like the hardest ammo I can. I have to drive to get a reliable source 30 special to buy in my area, other than online, of course. I have to drive to Glendale. I have to drive like an hour to go to Cabela's to get 30 reliable source 30 special, because no gun shop here sells them cheaply. So
it's going to be cheaper for you to buy that online than
yeah, but I have to
Cabela's.
buy. Yeah, I know, but I have to buy in like $200 or $150, $200 for a good amount. So all at once. In Cabela's is $20 a box.
Did you, Yankee? Did you see the score deal?
I saw it. I don't like it as well as I do though.
Well, the reason why I'm pushing it's just for pistols, but it's one of the guys I shoot with. He has a 9mm or one of those just for 9mm, and he uses his 650 for everything else. So on that one, you'd have to put the case on it, and then put a bullet on it, and then pull the handle, as opposed to the. Have you ever seen one in action?
No.
The 650.
Well, other than that video you just sent me.
Oh, we'll say if you want, you can get some components together. I'll do a run for you. You can. I'll let you do it if you want. Just so you can get
Sit
an
on
idea.
your lap and you'll let Yankee sit on your lap and let him pull the handle.
I fell for that with him once.
I drove you out in the middle of nowhere.
Sit up here and pull the handle.
I've got one video where he tried to take me out in the woods and molest me. Luckily, he noticed I was filming, and
I still want to know where the hell those two were going on that quad.
yeah, I know where are you going? There's nothing up there.
See, there ain't nothing up there. And
So they probably came back down with smiles on their faces.
Well, I'm gonna definitely consider these, and I'll just save up. I still got plenty of time before I need to get that class anyway. So I probably I don't know. Hopefully I'll get a free class. So I was saving. A lot of my money's right now tied up. I'm saving up for Jaeger's class.
Oh, I thought you were going to say tied up in hookers and blow.
no,
Nah, cheap. The blow. Ugly ass hookers and cheap blow. Mostly made out of talcum powder. That's all I can afford right now.
Yeah, by the time I save up $1,000 to buy this press, I should have more time to do it because my oldest should have moved out by then.
Yeah. Well, like I said, if you get some components together, I'll gladly show you how it works.
And if you could come over like once a week and load them for me too, that would work.
Well, for a price, why not?
Free lemonade.
Dang.
Hey, don't turn down free lemonade.
I gotta watch.
Although my son last night, my youngest, has a nerve like, I don't like this lemonade. I'm like, why? It's got stuff in it. And I'm like, fresh made lemonade with real lemons.
Pulp and gross.
Oh, I don't like it. It's got stuff in it. I'm like, oh God.
Pulp.
Pulp is not
I don't
bad.
like juice. I don't like juice with pulp in it. Because how do you know it ain't bugs? Like
It's
maybe
not
somebody was
bugs,
just sloppy.
I made
It's
it
not
myself.
bugs.
It was homemade lemonade. It was some of the best lemonade I've had in forever. And I was like, oh, this is
I
good.
guess when I would think of like that, it would be setting out in a pitcher or whatever, and then you'd be drinking it, and then, like at a picnic or something, and it'd be like, did I just drink a bug? No, all right, it's this gross. It was
Pulp
like
is awesome.
effort.
Like orange juice with pulp is the best orange juice.
Yeah, I usually buy the high pulp because nobody else in the house will drink it.
That's why I like the pulp. I almost want to.
When it's high pulp, that's ridiculous. Because then they're just like, we'll take all the pulp from the no pulp stuff and put it in that one.
Yeah.
And you're basically just drinking like a slurry of.
Well, considering how much fiber I have to eat in a day, it's okay.
Plus, you don't know how many of those are bug skeletons.
You just eat like your colon blow bar and.
Colon.
Colon blow.
What is that off of? I've heard of that before.
I think it was on Saturday Night Live once, wasn't it?
Oh, okay. That could be it.
I actually saw something funny though. I haven't watched Saturday Night Live in a while, so I hadn't been keeping up with the new characters and stuff. I used to watch it all the time, even from like the first show on. I used to watch Saturday Night Live all the time. But I was watching one other night. They did this song called "Twin Bed." If you want to look something up funny, that's actually pretty funny. It's the female cast of Saturday Night Live singing a song called "Gonna Do It in My Twin Bed."
Nice.
Oh, by the way, Beef, on my cowboy gun, yeah, I got the sights perfect now. The front sight.
Oh, is it movable?
No, I shaved it down to a perfect.
Okay, you filed it.
Yeah, I filed it down until it's all perfect. When I shot the first, I'm gonna try it. I tried it out. Like I shaved it down. I filed it down, and I shot it. It's like, oh wow, right on point. At 7 yards.
I have discovered a new hobby on Facebook that is fun.
What?
But I've started getting tired of all the Jesus crap on my Facebook feed from all my friends back home, and people that friend me that I don't really want to be friends with anymore.
Sure.
So they're always.
I want to talk to you now.
So they're always doing Jesus shit. So I've made it my goal to go through and say snarky things to them. Like last week, one of my friends like, "Oh, our house caught fire and blah blah blah, but luckily Jesus saw fit for us to get out before we were." Yeah, I was like, and I go through now and I leave snarky comments. I'm like, "What the fuck did you do that Jesus burnt your house down?"
Ooh.
Oh damn! Oh damn!
I'm doing this.
I'm trying not to laugh at that. That's not.
Oh, all I can say is, "Oh damn!"
Someone be like, "Oh, my son was in a car wreck last night, and thank God Jesus saved him." I was like, "Sounds to me like Jesus sent another driver to kill your son, and you all have defied God's will."
Wow! Just wow!
It's a good thing you're not spiteful or anything.
You will have you will have the Westboro Baptist Church protesting in front of your door in a few weeks.
And someone posts something that's real. One of the really religious people posts things. And you're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Jesus gave your mom cancer."
Jeez, man. All right, that's getting a little bit.
I'm trying not to laugh.
Disturbed. I'm disturbed now. The first couple of ones were funny, but now I'm really disturbed.
Yeah, I love the way people always go around. And it's always Jesus saved me at the last minute. I was like, well, when the tornadoes came, Jesus saved us. I'm like, well, then why didn't Jesus just make there not be any damn tornadoes?
I'm not gonna get into that
Never
argument.
understood that reasoning, that whole logic thing, and that whole colossal ego that's behind a statement like that. Well, Jesus killed everybody else, but I'm special, so he saved me. What a fucking ego you have.
By the way, Beef, like cowboy guns, kind of like they're made to be shot one-handed, right? Because it's really when I shoot this two-handed, it gets a little uncomfortable.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Single action army type.
Single action army type.
I love blasting away.
Oh yeah, but when I shoot two-handed, I don't know. When I shoot two-handed, I'm accurate. I'm very accurate with it, but it just kind of moves out of my hand. So I'm just so used to shooting semis. I mean, shooting automatic, semi-automatics that it's just a curvature pistol. I mean, I love it.
I prefer shooting single actions double-handed because I cock with my weak hand.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And people make fun. Have you noticed that when you do that on camera on YouTube videos, all the tactical guys come up, "What the fuck are you doing? That's stupid grip. Where are you?" I'm like, the slide doesn't come back, dumbass. I can keep my thumb up there and cock it,
Oh yeah, they think because they're. They want your thumb down, crossed, or something like that.
Why isn't your thumb up there? So I can cock the hammer, you moron.
It's kind of like asking somebody why they don't have their thumbs forward when they're shooting a revolver.
Yeah, I know. I've had people tell me that before. You need to try a thumb forward grip. And I made a video like, if I do this, I lose my thumb.
Oh, you don't lose it. You just burn the shit out of it.
But then with shooting this damn Chiappa, you can lose your goddamn thumb. That thing puts a blast out the bottom.
I singed all the hair off my thumb.
I find it that when I shoot 38 specials, I only shoot maybe like 40 rounds at a in a range at a time.
I have,
Unlike,
and I'm probably not the only person who's ever had to do this that shoots revolvers. Taking friends to the range that have shot for a while but never shot a revolver in their life, and then you have to explain to them why they don't put their thumbs on the cylinder while they're holding their gun.
Yep.
Your thumb doesn't rest on the side of the cylinder. Stop doing that.
You're burning shit out of yourself. I've had that happen to me once.
And stop your cylinder from rotating.
It only takes once, and you don't do it again.
I did it by accident, so yeah. So I tell you, trust me.
It is getting hot in my garage. I'm going to go eat some watermelon.
Well, I gotta go eat. So, Beef, thanks for the tip. I'm now gonna save $200 for reloading.
Pay attention to your local forums and Craigslist, because sometimes you'll see,
I just went on Arms List and found a lot of them.
Dylan?
Oh, yeah.
Or singles?
Oh, the progressive loaders, but not Dillon's. That's why I was asking about some other makers. But.
Oh, I see. Well,
Like
a lot.
Probably people selling those ones to get Dillon's.
Exactly. Or they got their Dillon, now they're just turning and burning. You got to be careful on some of the progressives, because when they do finally upgrade, they're usually wore the freak out. If that makes any sense.
There's not that many reloading. Oh, hold on. Oh, 12 gauge shotgun.
If you want to do 12 gauge Yankee, look up Mech 10.
What? Look up what?
Mech. MEC 10.
Oh, I got this. I am selling all of my reloading
I'm sorry,
stuff due to changing
12.
interests.
Why did I get mixed 10?
Oops, I said that wrong. Sorry.
I got Mech 10. No, okay.
I'm researching. Just a second. I'm sorry.
Why did it come up from Walmart?
Because they sell them at Walmart. But the guys that shoot Cowboy, they swear by them.
Here's a guy that I may look up. I'm selling all of my reloading stuff due to changing interest. Tools, components, some ammo, and accessories. Local cash sales only. And it's free!
Someone's always selling something.
I am now an anti-gunner. Here you go.
Wow, I got a smoking deal. This $200 press I got for $50. Sweet.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, definitely gonna go to. Well, my first stop is gonna be freaking Crossroads to the West in a couple of weeks here. So be able.
Oh, never mind.
Be able to. I'll shop around the gun show for some reloading stuff instead of guns. So.
Just thought I was being attacked by a sock.
That's funny.
I stepped on it and I guess I had, whoops, you can't see that because I got that damn screen on still. I'm going to turn that off. I had electrical tape on the bottom of my foot, and then when I stepped on that sock sitting there, dragged it across with it, and I was like, thought something was running at my leg trying to attack me.
Hey, B, what's the best media for cleaning in a tumbler?
It's user choice.
Okay.
I like corn cob, but that's just me.
Corn cob.
Walnut is easier to get the stuff out of. So if you're gonna go single stage and you're gonna hand deprime, I would go walnut.
I think
But like
Mark likes the cornhole.
but with the corn cob media, it'll get stuck in the primer hole.
Uh-huh.
Well, with my press, I'm pushing the primer out through that hole, so it doesn't matter. It'll get clean.
The press also helps you deprime, right?
I don't know.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to figure out because
No, that one.
You can deprime on a press, but you don't have to.
Okay.
Mine does. I don't. I do. They make these little tools that it'll pop it right out for you. It's like a pair of pliers with a little spike on it, and you slide the case in the little case holder and just click it out.
Yeah, that's his third link over there.
Oh, okay.
That's a primer. That's a auto primer. They just that puts a primer in there. Yep.
Oh, that's the one that puts it in.
Oh, it's a primer, not a deprimer?
Yeah, that's not a deprimer. That's a primer. That's the one that puts the primer in.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let me quick Google deprime.
Well, it's basically the same looking thing, except that
No.
it does the other thing.
I've
I only
actually
seen
never
one.
seen
For
one
$50.
in use. I've seen one sitting there, kind of a thing. There we go.
And we had one of those little green deals where you just kind of had a little lever. And you just kind of flap it back and forth as you keep shoving them in there. It takes like 2 seconds.
I think I found someone online that might make actual solid silver ammo, so I'm trying to get in touch with him.
You
Just
mean
get a mold.
that right there, G-Webs?
Just get a mold.
No, that's what Daniel has. I am talking about the RCBS deal that you bolt to the table, and it's got like just one handle, and it's a weird little thingy, and it's just a dedicated deprimer.
Oh wow, this one's different. Copy.
Hey, you want me silver bullets, Yankee? That's easy. Just get a mold. Just put the mold in the melter.
Look at that bad boy. That is.
The only thing I see here is a Harvey deprimer for $50. Here we go. I don't know if you got the link already, but here.
It's like some sort of torture device, but it looks like it works. And if you're going to do a promotion video, trim and clean your nails if you're going to do a promotion picture for a product. This is not YouTube stuff. This is supposed to be professional.
Who are you talking to?
That picture of the guy using that little tool, he's got nasty, jagged, dirty nails.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow. There's a picture in this that's using. The guy's using one of those easy outs drill bits for like screws that have no threads or no teeth.
For depriming?
Yeah, he's going through the outside instead of from the inside out.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
That seems like that would just be asking to screw things up.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking.
That sounds about like Nut and Fancy trying to do Duracoat.
I just realized it.
You don't want to get any particles in it, so let's sit it next to this fan.
Doesn't that make it worse?
Yeah.
Oh wow, there's a dude using a chisel.
For depriming?
Yeah, it's like a center punch with a little notch in it, so it goes through the primer and you pry it off to the side to pull it out.
Now I got something to do tomorrow. I can research presses. So.
Yeah. Look, oh look, we got Yankee interested now.
I'm just bored.
It's not something that you easily pull the trigger on. I researched.
No, I'll wake up every time I get interested in it. I wake up the next day and go, I'll just buy $500 worth of ammo and call it good.
What the hell was I thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you said about the AK.
now that I have more rifles, I don't know.
So it's something to think about. I mean, the thing is, I'd like to get into it, try it out. I want to engage more. So now that I don't really want to buy any more guns. Or maybe reduce it to one gun a year.
Guns, but there's no guns I can afford or find that I would want.
Yeah.
That reminds me.
See, you're already on the extreme end. I'm just at my class. I buy guns not for type, for like what for brand and stuff like or interesting guns. I buy them for classification. I now have a 357 Magnum. Ever since I sold that other one, I needed to get another one. So I finally got a revolver that takes 357 Magnum. I got 2 AKs. I got an SKS. I got I got all the classifications of the gun. The only thing I probably don't have is to add to my collection is a Derringer, and a lever action shotgun, maybe among others.
Don't have a Derringer. Don't have a Derringer either. I sold mine. So.
Oh, you sold all yours?
Sold my Derringer. Yep, both of them. The automatic one and the semi-automatic one and the standard Derringer.
Oh wow.
You got rid of that Bond?
Yeah, the Bond Derringer. I sold it.
Wow.
Damn it.
Okay, that's new.
I get
Yeah. What do you think of the double tap, Yank?
Oh God. Ugh.
Me too. It's like $400 for something that shoots 2 rounds.
I stood there and talked to those people at SHOT Show, and I swear to God, it was so hard to try to pretend like there was something positive about that thing. So I didn't want to hurt their feelings, and I worked hard on this. But
Nice.
I mean, come on now. It's like I can buy a full-size pistol that takes a magazine of 15 rounds for the price that I can get this for.
you say a lot of things like, "Wow, that's kind of a cool and unique idea," and boy, you put a lot of effort into this. You say a lot of stuff like that when you're talking.
That's called patronizing, Yankee. It's like everything that came out of your words is nice effort.
Positive.
I'll be back.
They're trying hard to make it positive, and you're trying to keep it hard to be positive. Just out of politeness sakes. But yeah, I mean, come on, 2 rounds, shit. Now, if you sold that thing for $200 or $150, which it should be, then that's more realistic price for that type of product. I mean, did you spend the extra time reinforce it? Is it just to reinforce it so that it doesn't blow up in your hand? Is that why it's so expensive?
I don't know why. I don't know why it was made, but.
I mean, I've seen Derringers sold for $450. And the only thing I hate about Derringers is how small the grip is. Oh well, that's reloading is something to think about. I need to set up get a setup for it. I already have a room that I can use. I can use the same my studio that I film in for that. Which I need to make a video. I need to make a new video, like political video. The reason my political videos are like not watched often. It's like my least watch videos. I realize now.
Those are my most watched ones. Are my political videos.
Well, because you're snarky, and people like it when you're snarky. When I make one, it's like, oh wow, he's great, but that's preaching to the choir. Every time I do a political video, it's like preaching to the choir. Like I already know that you agree. You're on our side. Whoopie doo da day. You just make it sound funny.
Often I'm being quite serious.
I know, but people's,
Holster.
it's snarkiness. That's what it is. You're serious, but but it still comes up with a sense of humor.
I hate when you can't find the holster you know you have, and you don't think, why don't manufacturers write on the fucking holster what gun it goes to?
Hell, I'm tempted.
Ooh, that was eye-opening. That was eye-opening. I just bent over in the floor to get into my box of holsters, and I'm like, what stinks? And then I'm like, oh, it's me.
All right. Well, I am hungry, so I will see you guys later. Thanks for the information. Tell Beaver that thanks for the information. I will now up my price on reloading supplies. So, hey Gio, is she still there?
Yeah, but I didn't realize it was 3 o'clock. I'm going to be leaving too.
Okay. I'll see you guys later. Take care.
Yep, see ya.
Dang, tough crowd.